Mississippi House of Representatives is now in session. Please let the House come to order. Please stand as we're led in prayer today by a guest minister to be introduced by the gentleman from Itawamba, and remain standing thereafter for the pledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I have my own pastor here with us today, so y'all treat him nice and don't tell him too many stories about me, but his name is David Long, and we'll just ask him to come up and pray for us.
It's an honor to stand before you today on the second day of February, and this is an interesting day. A great deal is made on this day about a shadow that could possibly be seen, shadow of a groundhog. That shadow is very important to a lot of people. There's another shadow that I believe should not be overlooked. That comes from the shadow of the Lord. The scripture says in Psalm 91 verse 2, "He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty." What an awesome place to be. What an awesome place to stay. The children of God are never without hope. They're never without help. They always have a place of refuge, a place of strength, a place of protection, a place of hope. It's nothing like this shadow that could possibly be seen by a groundhog, because the shadow of God does not mean a lingering cold or a dampness or dreariness. The shadow of God brings protection and blessing. And today I would encourage you to rest under the shadow of the Lord Jesus. Let's bow for prayer. Heavenly Father, it is a blessing today to enjoy the gift of this life, to enjoy the gift of eternal life through the shed blood of the Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you for the honor to stand in this sacred place and ask for the help of your almighty hand. My prayer is thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. I'm not asking for some far off existence of intangibles, but for a manifestation of your presence here and now. I ask that you will change the hearts and lives of people by the truth of your word and the unity of your spirit in such a way that it transforms the state of Mississippi and the United States of America. I ask that you will give each of our state representatives wisdom, compassion, and desire to see you exalted. Please guard their thoughts and guide their motives so that whatever they do in word or deed, they will glorify you. Heavenly Father, we give you the praise, the honor, and glory for all that is accomplished this day. These things I pray in the name that is above every name, the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could have your attention, please. We do have special guests in the North Gallery who are, I think, preparing to sing for us. I'm going to introduce the gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark, who will introduce our guests.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, on behalf of the Holmes County delegation, myself, the junior gentleman from Holmes, and the Speaker Pro Tem, Mr. White, Mr. Kevin Horan, and Mr. Rufus Straughter, we want y'all to first start off by welcoming the Holmes County Central High School Chorus to their capital. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, back in 2018, Holmes County Consolidated School District was fortunate enough to hire Mr. Pedro Gallion to come to Holmes County. And after 30 years, Holmes County finally reorganized their chorus. And since that reorganization, these young people have done amazing things. They have received a tremendous amount of awards and recognition, not only in Mississippi, but across the United States. In fact, last year, they was invited to come to New York, to Carnegie Hall to perform. And these young people have worked hard. And the gentlelady from Lowndes County, she passed out a flyer telling you a little bit about this course. And if anybody here found it in their heart that want to help them on their efforts, that information is on there. But they're going to sing 2 songs. And over here, please stand. We have the superintendent of the Holmes County Consolidated School District, Ms. Kathy Wilson, here as well. But the Rules Committee, I know we have a lot of work, and Rules Committee told us we only had about 8 minutes, and I think I've used 5. But we're going, with no further ado, we're going to allow them to perform for us today. Mr. Gallion. House members, on behalf of Holmes County, our delegation, we want to just thank y'all for that warm welcome of our Holmes County Central High Courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Open machine, Madam Clerk. Close machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introduction.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This time we'll have introductions of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Capaya and Tippa, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It brings me great pleasure to introduce, joining us on the floor today is actually the brother of the gentleman from Union County, but a lifelong friend of mine, current district attorney in District 3 and fellow W.P. Daniel and New Albany alum, my friend, District Attorney Ben Creekmore.
Gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would everybody please welcome in the South Gallery, President of East Central Community College, Mr. Brent Gregory. Thank you.
Do we have any other introductions? I don't see any. This time we will go to the calendar. Motion to reconsider calendar. Any chairman have one here? Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Introduction, if I may, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you missed your turn. We're past introductions now. All right, I recognize you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like for you and the other members of the House to help me make welcome in the South Gallery Mr. Ricky Arthemine, a member of the Ocean Springs Board of Aldermen.
Any other introductions? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the senior gentleman from Washington and myself, I'd like to ask the House to help make welcome Janelle Adams, who's a dear friend of both of us, sitting in the South Gallery.
Any other introductions? Gentleman from Etowamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Up in the South Gallery, just above me, is my pastor's wife and his son, Miss Ashley and Zach. So if y'all would welcome them.
Any other introductions? Gentleman from October Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House could help me welcome Dr. Devin Brenner and the Education Policy Fellowship Program hosted by MSU. This is where it's located. These people come here every single year. If they'll stand up for me, they come here every year to help these young people learn about government and make relationships with all of us. So welcome.
Any other introductions? I don't see any. We'll go to the calendar. Motion to reconsider calendar. Gentleman from Pike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 3 for a purpose of an amendment.
Okay. Motion is to reconsider for purposes of an amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized. Bill is back before the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the gentleman from Covington to explain the amendment?
Gentleman from Covington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment would take out the language that was offending to some yesterday and would solely allow the registry to have those who've been convicted of exploitation, abuse, or neglect. And that's the description of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. You wish to respond there, Mr. Chairman? You good with it? All right. Question occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1392. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 13 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Any other chairman have an item on the motion to reconsider calendar? Gentleman from Walthall, Mr. Pygott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 4, House Bill 363, and move to table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion to table prevails. Does any other chairman have an item on the motion to reconsider calendar? Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Byrd.
County Affairs. Item number 5, House Bill 1194. Move to table the motion to reconsider.
Motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Any other chairman have an item on the motion to reconsider calendar? All right. I don't see any. Moves us to the rules calendar. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Mock Tibbahall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to the rules calendar and go to number 2, HCR number 18. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Salem Missionary Baptist Church. It's an HCR that we're trying to get out. It's for their 157th anniversary. That's what this does.
Questions on the resolution? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, could we recognize the gentleman from Union to present the next House resolution?
The gentleman from Union is recognized. I'm going to invite our doctor of the day, Dr. Creekmore. You back there? Come up here on the stage with me, please, sir. I'll recognize the gentleman from Union to present the next resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, fellow members of the House, for allowing me this time to honor a great Mississippian with a House resolution documenting his distinguished career and life. This gentleman I'm referring to has been a medical doctor since 1972. Although he may have slowed a bit, he's still in practice today. For over 50 years, he's been a compassionate family doctor in New Albany. A small town physician is much more than just being a caregiver. It entails being a friend, a counselor, a spiritual leader, a community leader, an educator, a sports trainer, and yes, a hero. His workday has no start time nor end time. He's called at all times of the day and night, and even awakened by the police coming to get him at his home in times of emergency. This gentleman, according to hospital records, has delivered more than 5,000 babies into this world. This gentleman has managed to take care of a community, taking on all these responsibilities at the same time, lovingly supporting his wonderful wife and 2 sometimes difficult children. This gentleman has given selflessly and sacrificed much of his time for others. This resolution would stow into the Mississippi Archives his devotion to servant leadership and recognize him as a superlative Mississippian. Dad, I know as humble as you are, you don't like this attention, but it's your legacy. So with a full heart and great pride, I ask for your support for your doctor of the day and my dad, Dr. Sam Creekmore.
I invited the doctor to tell us more about those two difficult children, but he has declined. I want to invite his sons to come up here and let's get a photograph. Give us a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we got to pass the resolution, I guess. So, any questions on the resolution? I don't see any. If you favor the resolution, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. And ayes, of course, have it. Give us just a second. Gentleman Lounge, you got an introduction? Okay, I'm going to recognize you for that introduction. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize the Mississippi School for Math and Science students from across the state of Mississippi in your North Gallery, accompanied by the Executive Director, Dr. Donnie Cook, and faculty members Thomas Eastland and my good friend, Mr. Chuck Yarborough. If you would, make them welcome to their capital.
Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter, you have an introduction?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. If you would, ladies and gentlemen of the House, please make welcome in our South Gallery. They were in the rotunda this morning. You passed a piece of legislation for them yesterday. Members of the Civil Air Patrol of the state of Mississippi, please make them welcome.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness, you have an introduction?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like the members of the House to make welcome two of my constituents, husband and wife, Mr. Anthony and Janelle Edwards.
Gentleman from Octavia Hall, Mr. Taylor. Okay, he passes. All right, we're back to the calendar now. We're moving to the appropriations. Chairman's recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to the appropriations calendar, item number 1, and bring up House Bill 540. And I recognize the gentleman from Prentice to explain the bill.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You got a committee sub, gentlemen, you want that?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 540 Committee Sub. What this does, this comes to us at the request of the Director of DFA. It's for a pilot program to where the DFA is to conduct the personal and the professional services for certain agencies in our state. And it provides that the Department of Finance shall conduct solicitation and for services and the procurement of personal and professional services in excess of $75,000. Those 4 departments, and what our committee sub does, it deleted one agency, and that was DPS. And so what we've done, what got left is four agencies that would be a part of this pilot program. That's Department of Marine Resources, Department of Wildlife, Fisheries and Parks, Mississippi Emergency Management Agency, and Mississippi Development Authority. And this is to require DFA to submit the procurements to the Public Procurement Review Board. Mr. Speaker, that's the explanation of the bill and the committee sub. I move final passage.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 540. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies of the House, let's go to item number 2 on today's appropriations calendar and bring up House Bill 602 and make the usual motion.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
I would like to recognize a gentlelady from Mint to explain the bill.
Lady from Mitt's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, there are 23 district attorneys in the state. House Bill 602 increases the operating allowance for each DA from $35,000 to $70,000, and this would be a reoccurring expense each year. And that's an explanation of House Bill 602, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young. No question. All right, I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on House Bill 602. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 108 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and House, let's go to item number 4. Item number 4 on the today's appropriations calendar. This will be House Bill 834. Bring it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize the gentlelady from Mitt to explain the bill.
Lady from Mitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 834 increases our ADAs in the state. So right now, the current number of assistant DAs that we have is 115. We're increasing that number to 43. And ADAs with 0 to 5 years of experience make 80% of the district attorney's salary, or $107,520. ADAs with 5 to 15 years of experience make 85% of a district attorney's salary, or $114,240. And ADAs with more than 15 years of experience make 90% of the district attorney's salary, or $120,960. So with the addition of the 43 new ADAs, the salary cost is going to be the total $4,623,360. The operating allowance is going to be $172,000. The total cost is going to be $4,795,860. We're also adding 8 new criminal investigators. The current investigators that we have in the state are 46. The salary for investigators is set at $63,000. So the total salary cost is going to be $504,000. And that's an explanation of House Bill 834, Mr. Speaker.
All right, I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 834. If you favor the the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110, 11 yeas and 4 nays, bill passes. Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young, what purpose you seek recognition?
Announcement, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like for the lady from District 40 and her husband to please stand. Representative McCray. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, today we would hope that you would allow us to help celebrate 21 years of marriage and bliss with Representative and Mr. Hester McCray. Thank you.
Happy anniversary. All right. We return to the calendar. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 5. This would be House Bill 1056. Bring it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves its rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to recognize the newly elected gentleman from Choctaw County to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Choctaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1056 deletes the requirement that the minimum, when an employee at a school district retires, if they're non-certified, non-licensed, they have to pay them the minimum wage. And what we do is we have some custodians, cafeteria, bus drivers, non-licensed employees. This just gives the school board the discretion to pay them no less than minimum wage up to what a certified employee would do. And it's no new state money. It's basically just giving your local school boards the authority to reward people that have worked for the school district, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Question, Gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Bain.
Gentleman yield.
Absolutely.
Can you explain what that bill does?
It just deletes the requirement that you have to pay them minimum wage. It gives your school boards the authority to increase that up to a certified employee's wage.
If I ask you again, can you explain what that bill does?
It's just a good bill, gentlemen, that's all I tell you.
But what if they want to go somewhere for the summer?
Well,
what would you call that?
I don't know what we'd call that, gentlemen, but it's a good bill. We're going to move for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
All right, open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1056. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Let's go to item number 6 on the calendar. This will be House Bill 1089. I recognize the gentlelady from Amit to work the legislation.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. There's a committee sub. Lady, you wish to present that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Lady moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 1089 is just our technical correction bill from projects that we passed during the 2022 session. Section 1 is just projects. It's cleanup language for projects that we passed last year, and we're changing usually the entity that the money is going to. The amounts have not changed, the amounts for these projects, and if you have a question about it, any of the projects in Section 1, feel free to just stop by and I can answer any questions about the project. Section 2 of the bill is the appropriation for law enforcement and firefighters premium pay program. The name of the fund that was listed in Section 2 in prior language was the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund, and that fund has now changed to the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Lost Revenue Fund. Section 3 is the appropriation for the law enforcement and firefighters premium pay program. Again, the name of the fund is changing from the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund to the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Lost Revenue Fund. Section 4 is the State Board of Psychology appropriation. The amount of funds that are being appropriated is changing from $13,000 to $26,000 for administrative support of the Mississippi Autism Board. Section 5 is the Educational Television Authority appropriation. The fund that was initially listed that the money was being appropriated out of was the general fund. Now it's the capital expense fund. Section 6 is the appropriation of ARPA funds to the state and school employees health plan. And the purpose of the language has changed. Initially, it was to administer the state and school employees' life and health insurance plan. Now it's reimbursing the plan for eligible expenses occurred on or after March 3rd, 2021 through June 30th, 2023. Section 7 diverts funds from the Mississippi Land, Water, and Timber Resource Fund to the newly established 2022 Mississippi Land, Water, and Timber Resource Fund. It diverts funds from the Mississippi Ports Improvement Fund to the newly established 2022 Mississippi Ports Improvement Fund. And sections 8 through 13 amend the Gulf Coast Restoration Fund appropriation to divert funds from the Hancock County Port and Harbor Assault Landing Strip and the multi-user landing strip at Stennis Airport to the Hancock County Port and Harbor Commission with the technology park, at Stennis Airport. And it also, on lines 1252 through 1254, changes the entity receiving the fund to assist the Stone County Economic Development Partnership. The previous language was just Stone County. And that's an explanation, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions? Jump from Adams, Mr. Johnson. Passes. All right, I don't see any question. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, question occurs on House Bill 1089. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine. Madam Clerk, by a vote of 110 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Anything further?
Appropriation yields the floor.
Appropriations yields. We're down to Ways and Means. Chairman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the Ways and Means calendar, we would go to item 3, House Bill 1168. Call the bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Again, body, this bill deals with the City of Jackson special sales tax, where we gave them, authorized the city to go from 7% to 8% general sales tax back in 2014. This just simply clarifies that going forward, they would spend that money on water and sewer needs strictly. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? Jump from Lamar, Mr. Tubb.
Not a question.
You pass? Introduction. Jump from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yale.
Sure.
As I understand it, this money that we are moving from the fund that was originally designated by the legislature to be used, appropriated, that is, for the use for street repairs, bridge repairs. Is that not correct?
Street, bridge, water, sewer is my understanding. Infrastructure, general infrastructure. We would just be limiting that to water and sewer.
How much money does this fund generate now annually?
So I can tell you, gentlemen, since 2014, it's generated through 2022 about $120 million.
No, but how much of it has actually gone out of that? I understand that's the largest amount. How much has been used for street and bridge repair?
That, gentlemen, I hope all of it, but you bring up a good point, because the law also requires the City of Jackson and the Commission to file reports on how they spent the money with the clerk and the Secretary of the Senate, and as of this morning, there have been no reports filed. So I don't really know how they spent the money or the amount, but I do know the DOR has certified that they have received north of $120 million since 2014.
Yeah, by year, how much is that? How much is that?
I get it right here.
About $13 million a year?
Well, it started out slow, but it's averaged the low about 14 to the high was north of 16 and 16,200,000 in 22.
Now, I understand there's a complaint, as I've heard, by the committee, that there's a reporting requirement, yearly reporting requirement, that the City of Jackson will report the use of this money, the projects, annually. Is that not correct?
That's my understanding.
Now, what committee is actually in charge of deciding what projects this money should be spent on?
Gentlemen, it would be the commission that was set up, committee, in conjunction with the City of Jackson, is my understanding.
Not in conjunction with the City of Jackson. Jackson has an appointee on the committee also, doesn't it?
That's my understanding. My understanding is that they make up a part of the committee.
So the reporting requirement fell on the city of Jackson, not on the agency or the panel that was authorized to decide how that money was going to be spent and was in charge of designating what projects it should be spent on.
That's my understanding, yes.
Why would we want to penalize Jackson then when it had nothing to do with the spending of these money except that one appointment they had? Nothing to do with the projects that were designated this money should be spent on. Shouldn't we have been expecting that commission to make those reports to the legislature instead of the city of Jackson?
Well, gentlemen, I certainly would expect them to follow the law, but I would take exception to the comment that we're penalizing the city of Jackson because there's no money at all being taken away from Jackson. We're just simply prioritizing where it's going to be spent. And I hear Jackson's got a water problem. So I think it makes sense to focus that money at this time, and certainly this body can do whatever it wants to do. We could come back and change it later, but it makes sense in my mind, and I guess we'll see how the body feels, to focus that additional money that they have been receiving since 2014 on water and sewer needs.
Gentlemen, have you heard complaints about, probably for members of this body, about the potholes that exist throughout the city of Jackson?
I certainly have, gentlemen.
And you understand that Jackson cannot control the cause of the existence of these potholes.
Well, I think you said in committee, they get some weird dirt down here, but yeah.
Yeah, well, we have, unfortunately,
clay.
Jackson, it sits on a lot of clay soil that expands and contracts based on what the weather temperature is.
Correct.
And that causes the asphalt to spread, to sink, and there you have potholes.
Understand.
So what are we going to give Jackson now to replace the money that you want to move over to the water problem? What are the citizens going to do and visitors going to do about these potholes who will now be less attended to because of the lack of funds?
I'm really glad you answered that question. You do that. You must have done that on purpose, knowing how I was going to answer it. A good lawyer never asks a question they don't know the answer to. So here's the answer. In 2018, we authorized the Infrastructure Modernization Act. And so since 2018, which this year is at full implementation, a brand new stream of revenue for the city of Jackson that they received a little over almost $8 million last year that can be used. And that's new money that can be used for the potholes you're talking about.
A good lawyer should not give an answer that there was a rebuttal to. Even with the money, even with the money that was being allocated through this the extra money they were getting from sales tax was not enough to take care of the problem that exists in Jackson. So if there's another $8 million and you add that to the probably $13 million here, even that is not enough to take care of the problem. Because if you want to pave you pave a mile of surface in Jackson, you're going to take up substantial portions of that $13 million.
Gentlemen.
So even if you had 8 million and then 8 million on top of that, it still would not solve the problem. Would you agree with that?
You're making an argument that I have to say I agree with. I think where we differ is the fact that I feel like, and the committee, when it reported this bill out, we'll see what the body does, but I feel like the ability to have fresh, clean drinking water and not have sewage running on top of the roads at this point in time is a higher priority than paving potholes.
Well, you have to tell that to the person who has to spend $800 or $900 on tires and rims. But let me say this to you and ask you if you agree with this. Jackson, Mississippi has appropriated at this time from Congress $600 million for the water problem. I'm told that there's another $200 million that's going to be tacked onto that. So if that's true, you'd have $800 million to address the water problem.
Yeah.
And you'll have $13 million less to address the potholes and bridge problems in Jackson.
Well, gentlemen, look, I can represent to you right now. This bill is for the time frame, okay? Because I don't disagree with what you said, and the key word there being appropriated. My understanding is not hit a bank account in the city of Jackson yet. So there's been the promise of $600 million or more dollars made from Congress, but everybody knows we've heard promises from Congress many, many times that don't come to fruition. So there's that issue. Number two, it's my understanding that that this additional money the conservator, if you will, I think that's the right phrase, is looking for money right now, today. I think there's been multiple articles written that he needs cash flow money in the bank today for water. And so he's talking about increased taxes and changing the way water's used and all this based on the value of property because he needs money right now. Here's some money right now that we can prioritize for water in the city of Jackson. And I'm offering it up to the body.
What you just said doesn't line up with the fact that this legislature has the power right now to appropriate that money you're talking about through the surplus fund that we have. We're going to be voting on increasing that. I think we're going to increase the budget if we're not already done so. Why wouldn't this legislature appropriate money directly to Jackson if you're so concerned about the water and the sewer coming up on the ground? Why would you take money that's being used for a very valid purpose right now in the city of Jackson, deprive the citizens of Jackson, Mississippi from having safe roads, because that could mean life or death in some respects. On the stated reason then that there's a great problem now to add this money for water and sewer. One more thing.
I know where you're going with that, gentleman. I just say I'm not the appropriation
The check is in
chair.
the mail. It's not a promise.
Okay.
It's not being discussed in some committee up there in Congress about this $600 million. It's way beyond that. So Jackson will be getting this money. It's not something about somebody that's talking about it in the shadows of the Capitol, as I understand it. I don't know if you heard that. But that money is coming to this city now. By the way, the way it's structured, the city of Jackson would not be directing where that money is being spent.
Gentlemen, all I can say is I hope you're right. I hope Jackson sees that money. I really do. Because I don't know if you were here that day. I was here the day they brought the porta potties out here on the lawn.
Well, gentlemen, I just think that we're just bearing down too hard on the city of Jackson for some reason. I have my suspicions. But this is a bit too far, I believe, to take a measly $13 million for road and street repair, which is a safety issue, and then put it over into another problem area and say that you're solving one problem and then forgetting about the other problem.
Gentlemen, I respect your opinion.
Hey there, Judge, how you doing?
A lady from Hines, Miss Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
For you, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you spoken to any representative from the city of Jackson about this bill?
Spoken to you.
About this bill?
You were in my office last week. I thought we talked about it. Did we not?
We did not talk about this bill.
Okay, well, I've talked to the members of my committee about it. We had a
Say
lengthy
again?
debate about it in committee.
I'm sorry?
We had a lengthy debate about it in committee. I've also met with the lobbyists from the city of Jackson about several bills.
And the city of Jackson is on board with
I
it?
haven't talked to the mayor, if that's what you're asking. I have not.
Okay, so let me just get this right. The legislature allowed for the city of Jackson to impose a 1% sales tax for infrastructure.
1%, no. This is an additional general sales tax percentage point that this body decided to give the city of Jackson to
That's
allow it
paid by Jackson taxpayers for Jackson infrastructure.
No, it's paid by, depends on how you define Jackson taxpayers. It's paid by anybody who shops in the city of Jackson. A lot of people may not live here in the city of Jackson. But it goes from 7% to 8%, and I'll add, it is the only city in the state that has that, the only city.
Well, according to you, this is our capital city. So while it
I
may
agree
be
with
the
that.
only city, it is our capital city that we are trying to fix, correct?
I think we decided it was worth that back in 2014.
And so you also put in this legislation a commission where the city of Jackson is a minority on that board that gets to determine how money is spent on projects in the city of Jackson.
No, ma'am, that was done in 2014. I didn't do it in this legislation.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So the commission decides the priorities of projects
That's correct.
in which the city of Jackson is a minority member on that commission.
Okay.
Okay, and so you're also aware that the federal government is gonna be sending, or has sent, upwards of $800 million to help the city of Jackson with its water sewer issue.
The good gentleman and I just had that debate. So yeah, we had to see.
And you're also aware that legislators from the city of Jackson have been coming to this body for a number of years asking for support to help with the water sewer system, correct?
Lady, I don't disagree with you.
But those requests have not been honored. Now, all of a sudden, we're going to be getting hundreds of millions of dollars. Gentleman from outside of the city of Jackson wants to tell Jackson how to spend the money. Are you not aware that after you tear up a street to fix water pipes, you got to lay concrete back down?
Lady, I want to deal in facts only, okay? That's all I'm interested in. And so when you make the statement that Jackson's been coming to this body asking for money for years and years and has, been left dragging their shield, so to speak, that's just not accurate. Since 2014, this body has legislated, by legislative action, has given Jackson an additional $160 million since 2014. That's in 8 years. That's an additional $160 million that has been received by the city of Jackson as a result of actions of this body. So your statements that we're leaving Jackson high and dry are just not factual.
Chairman, what I'm saying is true and fact. We all know, and it's been in hundreds of millions of reports, that at the height of the crisis, the delegation met with leadership to ask for a certain amount of money to help with our water sewer, and we were denied. In fact,
I understand.
We were given crumbs for $1 billion program that we have been experiencing for a number of years. But let's get back to the language on your bill.
Let's do that.
On line 135, it says, however, if a municipality fails to comply with the audit, reporting, and/or report filing requirements of paragraph B of this subsection and does not remedy such noncompliance within 30 days after receiving written notice, the Department of Revenue shall withhold payments otherwise payable to the municipality under this section. Now, you told the gentleman from Madison that there was no penalty in this bill.
Lady,
But according to this language right here that I just wrote that is in your bill,
I don't see that as a penalty, lady.
if a report is not sent in 30 days, the Department of Revenue keeps the money?
Lady, they haven't filed a report in 8 years, and the law requires it to be done. It's real easy. Just file the reports that the law requires, tell us where the money's being spent, and they'll be in compliance. They won't have to worry about it.
Well, that's actually not true, because a report was submitted last year about how much money was in that fund and where money was being spent. In fact, there was a whole summary from an engineering firm that showed how the money was going to be spent going forward.
Lady, all I can tell you is that the law requires the reports to be filed with the clerk of the House. I checked with the clerk this morning, and the clerk is not aware of any reports being filed. That's what I'm telling you.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion at the proper time.
What's your motion, lady?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to lay this bill on the table.
All right. Motion is to lay the bill on the table. If in favor of the motion, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Noes got roll call is demanded. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the motion, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 34 yeas, 76 nays, the motion fails. All right, Jim from Hines, Mr. Bell has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim
Yes,
Gill.
be glad to. Yes, sir.
Hey, can you tell me the members of this 1 cent sales tax commission?
I can't, I'm sorry, Joe, I didn't hear you.
Hey, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Hey, Mr. Speaker. Can't hear.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Couldn't hear. Gentleman couldn't hear.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell me the members of that make up this commission?
Gentlemen, I don't want to misspeak, but if you go to line 190 on the bill, that's where it lists the members of the commission. That begins on 190. You want me to read that?
Yes, please, sir.
All right. The commission shall be composed of 10 voting members who shall be known as the commissioners appointed as follows. 4 members representing the business community in the municipality appointed by the local chamber of commerce for initial term of 1, 2, 4, and 5 years respectively. The members appointed pursuant to this paragraph shall be persons who represent businesses located within the city limits of Jackson.
Right. So let me ask you this question.
And I can keep going, but there's 10 of them.
So is this the same commission that Pete Perry is on?
Gentlemen, I don't know if Mr. Perry is on the committee still or not. I don't have that knowledge.
Okay. So you said earlier in your statement to the gentleman from Madison that you want to take these funds and use them for infrastructure, water infrastructure only.
Yeah.
And the gentlelady from Jackson asked the question about the streets being repaved after you fix these pipes in the ground.
Sure.
So if this commission has utilized the $20-some million or more that's been in their account to do road, bridge, and repair work and infrastructure work, why are we now deeming that it should only be utilized for water infrastructure?
Well, gentlemen, I understand there is a serious need to spend money on water and sewer in the city of Jackson. That's the only reason that this is before the House.
Right, and it's been outlined by the 2 individuals who spoke before me that we've come to the legislature before and asked for these funds and were denied. We've introduced local and private bills that stayed on the table as a result of whatever. Look, I know it's a question, so let me in the question form, sorry. What sense does this make to take these funds and utilize them for water infrastructure only when we are already receiving $800 million from the feds?
Well, gentlemen, look, you represent parts of the city of Jackson. I understand that. But I also understand that the money has not hit the bank account yet, as I told the gentleman. And I also understand that the federally court-appointed conservator is looking for money now, as in today. And so the Ways and Means Committee met. We considered this bill. We considered it to be a reasonable use of this funds to basically free up this money, or at least prioritize the money in the immediate time frame for water and sewer, so that the conservator could have access to an additional stream of money over the next year or so. And if this body so chooses, if you come back from a year and there's $600 million in the bank and that's going to fix all the water and sewer problems, we can change it back.
So have you met the third-party administrator?
I have not met him yet, no.
Would you like to?
He's welcome in my office anytime.
So would you be amenable to putting this bill on the side, laying on the side, until you have that conversation with him?
Gentlemen, I know where you're going with that. I appreciate your efforts, but I'm going to ask the body to vote on it, and we'll see what the will of the body is.
All right. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak on the bill at the appropriate time. Thank you.
All right, gentleman from Hines, Mr. Stamps.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, we appreciate your interest in the city of Jackson. Are you familiar with the ballot initiative process that went through to get this passed into law, passed into action by the citizens of Jackson?
Are you referring to the referendum when the citizens
yes, sir.
passed it? Yeah, I was generally aware that there was one back in, I think, 14.
Are you familiar with the narrative that was in that paragraph on that ballot when the citizens of Jackson voted on it?
I'm sure I saw it at the time, gentlemen, but I couldn't tell you what it was today.
Well, I'm very familiar with it, Mr. Chairman, because I wrote it. And in that narrative, it states what the uses of these funds would be for. And it was broader than what this bill says. Do you believe it would be a violation of what the citizens actually voted on if we pass this measure?
Gentlemen, my understanding is that the individuals, that water and sewer was part of what could be spent on. And again, this bill just prioritizes water and sewer.
And it also delineated streets and other infrastructure projects as well.
Sure.
And it also said it would be done on traffic patterns, need, and usage in that narrative as well. Are you familiar with the allocation of these funds over the last 8 years or so?
I'm generally aware of how much money the city has received or the commission has received.
Those funds have gone, Mr. Chairman?
No, I'm not, because
Are
the
you aware
reports have not
that
been
over
filed.
80% of these funds have gone to 2 wards in the city of Jackson?
To where?
Over 80% of these funds over these years have gone to 2 wards in the city of Jackson.
Gentlemen, I don't know where all the money has been spent.
Are you familiar with the water sewer needs of the city of Jackson, that West and South Jackson have the most dire needs of water sewer repairs, but over 80% of these funds and most other funds do not go to the area that is needed the most?
Wasn't aware of that.
Well, that's what it is. That's what the allocation of these funds. Also, Mr. Chairman, are you familiar with the audit that the city puts in place every year? The city does an audit, submits those reports to every level of government.
I understand that the city is supposed to file an
So
audit
the
every year.
chairman, if the clerk of the house is looking for a report on these funds, that audit
Thank you, sir.
also has a report of those funds in that audit.
Okay.
So there is a documentation that gets submitted to the state of Mississippi that's accessible by the clerk of the house to receive a report for the allocation of those funds.
If you say so, gentlemen, that's fine. I'm just reading what the bill requires. That's all.
I know you just may be rocking this baby. It may not be your baby, Mr. Chairman, but there is there are some things that really concern me about this bill, because the history of this board does not mean that it's solving problems in Jackson. It's solving problems for a specific portion of Jackson. But the folks who got sewer running down their streets, the folks who have no water, are West and South Jackson, and this board has not made a major effort in allocating those funds in the first place. And if we change the law, I don't believe this board is going to do it in the future, because I believe if you want to know what folks are going to do in the future, look what they're doing in the past.
Well, gentlemen, I'm glad you made that point. I just would disagree with you. I think what you said just actually emphasizes the need to pass this bill, because that's what this change in the legislation would do, would prioritize and require them that they could only spend it on water and sewer needs.
So would you be open to changing this bill to making it so that this board must spend these funds, specific for water sewer, in West and South Jackson?
I don't think that would be good, gentlemen.
Because that's what a major need is, Mr. Chairman.
Well, look, I was up in off Northside Drive the other day, and I saw sewer running down the road. So
that's one spot.
I think there's needs everywhere.
There's needs everywhere, but
look, this isn't a magic bill. It's not a magic pill. It's not any of that. It's just a kind of a common sense measure that if you think we ought to prioritize the spending on water and sewer for the immediate time frame, vote for the bill. If you don't, vote against the bill. That's where I'm at.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentlemen, good morning. If you would.
Yes, sir.
Of course, I serve on the committee that you chair, that this bill came out of. And gentlemen, you're the only author of this bill, correct?
I haven't seen who else may be on it. I may be. I don't know.
Gentlemen, you are aware that there is a commission that this legislation established to oversee this money. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We've discussed that.
Okay. Well, I do say so. And I do say also, gentlemen, it took many, many years to get this legislation passed through the process of prior speaker, prior mayors plural, to get this legislation passed. Would you disagree with that?
I don't know that I heard you specifically, but I would not. You're not going to see me stand up here and blame all the problems on one person. No, I'm not doing
Well,
that.
gentlemen, I was here, and it was a long process to get this done. And it was a process also to get this before the voters of the city of Jackson. And the voters of Jackson did vote and pass this and approve this on the first vote. Would you disagree with that?
That's my recollection of the history.
Well, my recollection, my voting for this as a citizen was to vote for this because it would also include money that would be used for the roads, streets, and bridges of the city of Jackson, which I was driving down, that were in bad shape at that time. It would give them extra money, at least $1 million per month that we thought at that time. Would you just agree with that? That our streets were in bad shape then?
Gentlemen, I hope $120 million has been spent wisely, but I can't tell you because I don't know.
Well, gentlemen, we at the legislature here had to bow down and accept the will of the legislature to say that the city of Jackson's administration could not be in charge of this money, that there had to be a commission in place appointed by the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker to oversee this money along with a couple representatives from the city. Would you disagree with that?
I would disagree with that because the other good gentleman from Hines and from Jackson just made me read the bill, the old language, and I was reminded.
Line
192 requires 4 members representing the business community who actually own, appointed by the local chamber of commerce. So you tell me what that would be in Jackson, but I'm assuming that's maybe Visit Jackson or one of those organizations. They have to actually own businesses in Jackson. The very next paragraph, line 198, states that 3 members shall be appointed at large by the mayor. So you do 4 + 3 = 7 on a 10-member board. It looks like to me that representatives from the city of Jackson have a majority on this board.
Well, gentlemen, my problem is that this legislature, in passing this legislation, made a commitment to Jackson that we would do this, we'd have a commission oversee it, and now we want to say, oh, we're not going to do the commission, but we don't trust the commission that we created. Have you spoken to this commission?
Not lately. Not lately, no.
You have not spoken to this commission?
Not lately.
Well, don't you think you should have done that before this bill came out?
No.
Well, I think you should have, gentlemen. That's why I think it's a bad legislation. I don't think we should.
I have spoken with representatives from the city of Jackson. I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. Tubb.
Yes, sir. I'd like to introduction out of order.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Look in the north gallery. We have our ladies and gentlemen from our Hattiesburg area of Realtors, Association Realtors. Welcome to the Capitol.
Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. DeWeese.
Mr. Speaker, also introduction out of order, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Couple of guests in the South Gallery. First, with the National Guard Air Patrol is my good friend Bob Mims. I'd like him to wave. Thank you. And then a couple of other people that are near and dear to me. A couple of agents in my office that are here for Realtor Day to keep my office running when I'm not there. Mr. O'Keefe Graham and Carla Davis, if you'll please wave and welcome to your capital. And then one more special guest is Miss Linda Allgood. She's our area director. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, when we end today, I plan to adjourn in memory of Miss Allgood's husband, Jimmy Allgood, who unfortunately passed away suddenly this summer. He was the EMA director for Oxford and Lafayette County. He's sorely missed. So I just wanted to recognize her.
Gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order, please. Up there with Civil Air Patrol as well is a friend of mine from Alcorn County, Mr. Jonathan Ryder. Make him feel welcome.
Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome in the South Gallery some beautiful ladies from Pearl River County Board of Realtors. We have Tracy Spence and Donna Molina. Welcome, ladies.
All right, gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I just got a few questions, gentlemen. You made a couple of comments saying that the third-party manager, saying he's needing this money. Have you talked to him about this?
You talking about the federally appointed new guy?
Yes.
No, I hadn't. He's welcome in my office anytime, but I haven't met him yet.
Wait, so you made the comment saying that he said, he's needing this money, so you're saying you're trying to give him something he didn't
Well,
ask
no,
for?
I've read, there's, can't always believe everything you see in the media. I get that, but I have read several stories that are reporting on public meetings that he's had here since he's been on the ground in Jackson, and that's my understanding is he's looking for some immediate cash.
Well, I think it'd be a good idea if we met with him first before we did this.
He is welcome in my office anytime.
Also, gentlemen, since we do know that the $600 million is coming, so why are we making this agreement now and saying that we have to just water and sewer? Why can't it be bridges?
When's it coming, gentlemen?
Well, it's coming soon. We know it's coming.
Okay.
I can speak on this, gentlemen, probably more than anybody else because I stay in South Jackson. I was out of water last year for about 3 weeks. I was out of water this year for about 2 weeks.
Right.
And you know what? Still, I don't think anybody in my community, my constituents made the request to have this bill done.
I understand.
So, gentlemen, has anybody from Jackson asked you to do this bill?
Well, we discussed it in committee. As I told the lady, I met with several folks from the city. It's been discussed. This bill.
Can you name
is
a
dealing
name
with
gentlemen?
a specially granted sales tax that this body in 2014 chose to give to the city of Jackson or its representatives, and we directed it to be spent on infrastructure. It just makes sense, gentlemen, when people have, you've got literally restaurants and businesses closing in Jackson because they can't serve people the water out of the tap. You've got sewer running across the ground. You've got, as you said, households without water for extended periods of time. I don't know that I understand the objection to focusing an existing stream of revenue that we currently have that would be not an increase or new tax to prioritize that for water in the immediate time frame. That's all this bill does.
And my question is, why are we doing this in the residents of Jackson? No person in Jackson asked for this.
Well, gentlemen, I would disagree with that. Listen, maybe you disagree with my opinion, but let me finish it. The people of Jackson want water. They want sewer that works. Okay? They don't care where the money comes from, and the ones that I've spoken with.
And gentlemen, we also want to make sure that we have good streets. We want to make sure we have bridges that are open. There's a lot of bridges within South and West Jackson that are not open right now.
We've made some progress there, but we
made some progress, but I still got one right now on a main thoroughfare in my district that's not open. And so we're going to take revenue and funds from this that we can't fix the bridge any longer.
Gentlemen, we've got a separate pot of money, ERBR, over the last couple of years. I see the transportation chairman was standing up in the back just a second ago. He can attest to that. We have put literally hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars over the last several years into fixing bridges that are closed. And I hope your people in Jackson have applied for that program to fix the bridge you're talking about.
Well, gentlemen, we have done that, but again, I think that it would be in the best interest if we met with the third-party manager first to see if there's something that he would approve for before we start trying to make laws and pass laws in this body.
Well, gentlemen, look, you're a smart guy. You know this. This is the first step in the process. This bill doesn't go into law tomorrow just because we pass it here today. It's going to go to the Senate. It'll probably come back. They have to go to the governor. Let's work through the process.
Let's vote no on this. Okay.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I had some questions, but I do have an amendment at the proper time.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, gentlemen, just a few questions.
Sure.
Yeah. So you have not talked to the third-party administrator personally?
No, I intend to talk with him, but I have not met him yet.
You have not talked to anybody in Public Works with the City of Jackson?
No.
You have not talked with anybody who's a member of this commission?
Not lately.
Have you made a request to this commission that they file a report?
My understanding is, gentlemen, this has all come up in the last several weeks since the legislature convened, and that it has been made known to them that they are delinquent in the filings.
Yeah, I understand that. And the question wasn't directed at whether or not they were delinquent.
Yeah.
I was really referencing the idea that we're going to dictate to them where they spend the money. So I was asking you to see if you had asked what their priorities are and what they really need to spend the money on. Have you asked any of those
I
questions?
have not had recent meetings with the commission, no.
Okay, and so your assertion or your idea or your need to, in this bill, to spend the money on water is based on your anecdotal reading of news reports and what you observe about what's happening in the city of Jackson, but not based on any request or any statement from anybody from
I have not received a written request from anybody from the mayor's office or the board of the council, whoever it is in the city of Jackson.
Well, actually, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was actually referring to like somebody with water and sewer or somebody with streets or just somebody from the commission, but they have not, and it's not, I'm not saying it's your responsibility, I'm just saying they have not said to you, this is what we need. Nobody said that.
They have asked for money generally. They have made as you know, gentlemen, you've heard the same thing that I've heard. They have made the request known that they want and expect, and quite frankly, I agree that the citizens of this state, no matter where they live, deserve clean water and working sewer.
Yeah.
They have asked for that.
Yeah, you would agree with me that unlike any other municipality in this state, the city of Jackson is burdened with state office buildings, state employees down here, and none of whom there's no ad valorem or in-kind money delivered to the city. You would agree with me on that?
Not on state-owned buildings.
Right, right. And so, not questioning the spirit of this bill and addressing the need, your idea of what the city needs is based on what you've observed, but not any direct report from the commission, the city, or the county, or waterworks, or anybody.
Well, I would say, gentlemen, you were here with me in 2014 when we did this, and we've directed how this money shall be spent from day one. We're just further directing it with this legislation.
But one of the things that we did to make sure the money was spent correctly was, and we had a long debate, you would agree, we had a long debate about this, because some of us thought that if we were going to do it, and the citizens were going to vote on it, that the city of Jackson should have some authority to do it themselves. But this body decided, don't give it to the city of Jackson, give it to this commission. So just what you're trying to remedy right now, that commission was set up to do just what you're doing right now. Wouldn't you agree with me?
I would agree. The commission was set up to decide where the money was going to be spent.
And none of those people on that commission are elected from the city of Jackson. In fact, it was a concerted effort and concern to make sure these were people who actually had a financial stake in the city of Jackson because they had businesses. And we wanted people on there that would direct the money in a way that the city needed. Is that correct?
Gentlemen, all I can tell you is what the law requires, and that 3 of the members are appointed by the city.
Well, I was asking you, did you remember the spirit of the debate? The reason we did that is
yes, I remember the debate.
Okay, that's what I was asking. And remember it at the proper time, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, when we get ready to enact legislation for your area of the state around Sanatobia,
sure,
we leave it up to the representatives and senators from that area to dictate to us what the needs are, don't we? Most of us do.
With all due respect, Senatobia hadn't been granted additional sales tax.
I just gave Sanatobia as an example. I mean, cities and counties around this state.
Yeah.
The delegation from Jackson don't come in and say, you don't need this or you don't need that. We vote based on the needs that you all present to us.
Sure.
Here today, I'm hearing the representative from Hines County and Jackson dictate to you all what we need in this city, and everybody seems to have a deaf ear to it. Let us determine our destiny based on what our citizens and the governmental leadership tells us they need. With the $800 million, nearly $1 billion coming, it's nowhere in the world this little legislation here can help the situation. We need roads and bridges, as we've told you. We need dilapidated property torn down. We need trash cleaned up. We need bridges, as somebody said. Let us dictate to you, sir, what we think this city needs. We live here. We are from here. You come here and, of course, enjoy the infrastructure that we have.
That's right.
So please,
I would like to.
give the citizens of Jackson and the representation that Jackson has in this chamber an opportunity to work with what we need for our own destiny.
Gentlemen, I appreciate your.
All right, I don't see any further
respect your
questions. The
decision.
gentleman from Adams indicates he has an amendment. All right, gentleman from Adams seems to be preoccupied. I'm going to recognize the lady from Hines who indicates she has an amendment.
Come on.
All right, lady from Hines is not ready with her amendment. I'm going to recognize, now she is ready. All right, lady from Hines.
Thank you.
We need a copy of the amendment, lady.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What my amendment would do is to say that once funding from the federal government has been received by the city of Jackson, then the purposes of this money would then be redirected back to the initial mission of the master plan. And that would begin after line 125. So money, I understand the chairman's concern about using the funding for water sewer. Then once we receive the federal funding to be able to continue that fix, then we return back to the original mission of the 1% commission and its master plan. That's the amendment.
All right, questions on the amendment? Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentlelady yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So my question is, you have $600 million coming from the federal government, maybe aid. The last I heard, you have that coming for water, right?
Correct.
So what is the amount of money that Jackson needs for sewage? Because I know sewage is a big problem.
I've been told it's about $1 billion.
I heard that too. So I'm so confused on why you wouldn't want this. Because it brings more money into you, because I know you have $1 billion after you fix the water.
Well, water sewer is included in that master plan. But as you know, gentlelady, if you're in Brookhaven and you're fixing what's under the street, you then got to fix the street itself.
It's just an ongoing problem.
So it would just say that we're going to use the money directed to water sewer until we receive the federal funding, and then we go back to business as usual, which is what we passed back in 2014.
Thank you, lady.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. I'm going to recognize the chairman to respond to the amendment.
Although I appreciate the spirit of what the lady is doing here, I do think it's short-sighted. I will commit to this body that, and I've already said it from the well several times today, this is an immediate pot of money, stream of money, if you will. And I commit to this body, if we come back a year from now, 2 years from now, and the water situation is headed in the right direction, maybe they got the federal money, maybe they don't need this additional money, then we can fix it back at this time. But just to say, just because money hits a bank account, then this shuts off when it may be being useful at that time is short-sighted. And I would ask you to oppose the amendment.
All right, recognize the lady to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the amendment does exactly what the chairman is saying. The amendment does exactly what the chairman just said. So I ask that you vote yes on the amendment.
All right, question now recurs on amendment number 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye! Opposed, no. The noes have it. Roll call is demanded. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 45 yeas, 70 nays, the amendment fails. Gentleman from Adams has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the clerk read the amendment?
Recognize Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 2 by Representative Johnson, amend on line 119 by striking the language after the period through the period on line 125. Amend the title to conform.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't touch the reporting requirement because I think that requirement is specious at best. We got a commission, the idea that you're telling the city of Jackson and you want a report from them. The governor has an appointment, the lieutenant governor has an appointment, the speaker has an appointment. Nobody has called their appointee to ask for a report, so I'll leave that alone. But the idea that Jackson has $1 billion wastewater problem and a $700 to $800 million water problem, and you're going to take $15 to $16 million and dump it in $1 billion hole doesn't make any sense. So with $15 million, you could do 15 miles of overlay on a road. Or you could take and fix potholes in 20 or 30 miles of road in Jackson that would actually do some good. We had a young lady hit a pothole, a drainage hole, a few years back and end up dying as a result of that accident. So you got a commission set up. We had a long, extensive debate on this floor that commission was set up because nobody in this body, except some of us, trusted the city of Jackson to make decisions about what they would do with that money. So you set up a commission and they make decisions on what to do with them. Nobody thinks the money's been wasted. We just anecdotally, you don't call nobody in public works, you don't call anybody from the commission, you don't talk to the third-party administrator, you don't talk to anybody. We cuss the media in this body, but when we want to make a $15 million decision, we're gonna make it based on what you read in the paper. Now let's be consistent. This is not about whether or not you want Jackson to be responsible. You put your safeguards in place for that. This is another one of those paternalistic ideas that we're gonna tell y'all what to do because we want to punish you while we're doing it. Now let me say this. $15 million. You have a commission. If you really want to make that money useful, let them direct where it's going to go. I'm not saying it shouldn't be spent on water, but I'm not the one to make that decision. You're not the one to make that decision. The speaker, the chairman of Ways and Means, none of them. Because I don't know. But there's somebody who deals with this every day, who answers to the citizen of Jackson. Actually, they don't because they're appointed. But they have businesses here. They have a vested interest in the city. And there's not a better person than a person who actually makes a living doing something to make a decision about what's best for them. Now, I have a lot of respect for the chairman of Ways and Means. And I can go and talk to him, and he will listen, and he makes decisions based on the information you give him. He doesn't make quick decisions, which is why I find this kind of shocking. He doesn't make trivial or anecdotal decisions. I've never known him to do that. And that's what this is. We don't need to send Jackson a message. If you really want to do something, we got $350 million sitting in the bank for infrastructure. $350 million. If you really care about water in Jackson, spend it. And don't give it to Jackson. You this same clerk that you got to make a report to, let him spend it. Nobody cares. You're right, the people in Jackson just want it done. But you're going to take $15 million that you actually use to do some good by the people who can make that decision and dump it in $1 billion hole. Now, nobody in here thinks that makes any sense. So I would ask you, please, this doesn't change the reporting requirement. You can still say, I'm not giving you the money if you don't file a report. But what I would suggest to you is that the people who make this decision, who this body deem need to be the people making that decision, let them make that decision and do some good, not just for the people of the city of Jackson, or somebody like Rob Robinson is driving a nice sports car. If he hits a hole,
Gentlemen, you cannot call out a member and you cannot make comments like that.
All right, well, I'll refrain. Well, a gentleman from Starkville, Oktibbeha, wherever he's from, I see him riding around in a sports car. If he hits a hole,
cannot make those comments, gentlemen. You cannot direct your comments about members.
Well, I wasn't directed about a member. It's somebody else riding around
Hey,
here.
gentlemen, you can't say that.
All right, well, when I drove a sports car, I wouldn't want to hit one of those holes. It'd be dangerous for me. All now, while I drive this truck with 22-inch wheels on it, all it does now is cost me a ton of money. But what I would tell you is that the people in the city of Jackson,
Gentleman's time has expired.
the people in the city of Jackson,
Gentlemen, your time has expired. You'll be allowed to close. Recognize the chairman to respond.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will keep it brief. The gentleman's amendment guts the priority in the bill that is the money should be spent on water and sewer. Vote against the amendment, please.
All right, recognize the the gentleman to close on his amendment.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't gut the bill. The commission still decides where the money is spent, where it would go. And that's all we want to do is just make sure it's an efficient use of money. If I got some work to be done in my house, there's no point in me if I only have $1,500 to spend, there's no point in me going and working on a $40,000 roof with $1,500. That's the only place you can spend it. That doesn't make any sense. So I know this, I trust that the intentions of the chairman are one in which he wants to try to address what he thinks is a problem. But I think even he knows this is not what we need to do. All I'm saying is let the commission make that decision, use it in a place, and it may be water and sewer, but let them make that decision because they understand the problem. Thank you. Vote yes for the amendment.
All right, question occurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. Roll call is demanded. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 40 yeas, 74 nays, the amendment fails. All right. Do we have any further amendments? I didn't see any. Okay. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell, indicates he wishes to speak on the bill. Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman, what purpose? You speak. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Stamps, what purpose?
One last question, Mr. Speaker.
Well, there's no one at the well to answer the question, gentlemen.
When he comes back.
The chairman will close and not yield for a question at that point. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairman said earlier that he relied on information from the newspaper and watching the news and hearing things from our third-party administrator and other individuals. And if that is true, he would have reached back and realized that there were several articles that talked and discussed about how this money was spent by the 1 cent Sales Commission, who is chaired by individuals appointed by the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker of the House, as well as the mayor. I'm dating back to an article that clearly shows that out of the $13 million that the 1 cent Sales Commission receives every year, they have utilized those funds to pave several roads within the state of Mississippi. I'm sorry, thank you, Jackson. Mill Street, Terry Road, Meadowbrook, Northbrook Drive, State Street. Then it goes on to talk about Dueling, Fondren Place, Bailey Avenue Extension, West Highland Drive, Hospital Drive, Chadwick Drive, Clinton Boulevard, Bullard Street, Ridgewood Court Drive, Mill Street, Mega Evers, Eastover, Pennsylvania, Carlisle, Kings Highway, Tyrone, Arrowhead Drive, St. Mary Street, Court Street. Then it goes on to the streets that CCID has utilized their monies for: High Street, Lamar Museum, President, Mississippi, North State, East Capitol, North Street. So there's no situation where you're having misappropriation of funds by this commission. There's no situation where you're having the funds not utilized for what they were supposed to do. I get the spirit of this bill. You want to help Jackson, but we needed that help last year. when we came to leadership and asked for some additional funds. And it went over to the Senate, and they felt like Jackson didn't need the help, and that money was distributed somewhere else. We had that, this body, this House had agreed to that. And it went to the Senate and it died. Because an individual over there thought that the city of Jackson wasn't worth spending $45 million on. This is not a situation that we just woke up today and realized we had a problem. We've known we've had a problem with our water and infrastructure for years. You know, this piece of legislation, I know down party lines that you're going to vote on this, but I'm asking you not to vote. But this piece of legislation is not worth the paper it's written on. We've been good stewards with that money from the 1 cent sales tax. We have. We have. And look, I've torn up rims on my vehicle riding the city of Jackson streets and paid for them. Taking this money and allocating it only for water when we have $800 million coming from the federal government. We have over $350 million, as the gentleman from Adams said, in a fund right now that you can literally just give it to us and allocate it to the city of Jackson. I would take $350 million over an annual $13 million any day. So I ask that you please vote against this, please. Thank you.
Jim from Madison, Mr. Blackman wishes to speak. Jim from Hines, what purpose you seek recognition?
Bill.
What I've begun to appreciate this session of the legislature is that the city of Jackson has a problem in this legislative body. Now, the problem that's being spoken of here seems to point to Jackson has a problem that was recently created. If you go back to the 1920s, when the people who were in charge here in the city of Jackson were making a decision about where they were going to spend money and take risks to provide water, a place to drain sewage, they made a practical decision. Jackson sits on a historic volcano, hard rock. The technology that existed at that time, it would have been extremely expensive to drill down to get to that water. So what they did, they decided to go to the Pearl River. Well, when you're bringing water directly from the Pearl River, you're going to have to find a means to purify that water. Hence, the associated expense, as opposed to going down into the strata and putting water up, which costs far less to purify. That worked well when Jackson had 20 and 25,000 population. You could bear that expense. But in the late 50s, Jackson began to experience a rapid growth with development from businesses, residential growth, and it simply outgrew its ability to keep up with the projects that they started back in the 20s. Now, in the 70s, early 70s, the government appearance changed in Jackson. Black people began to be elected to office, a natural outgrowth of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. That ended up with all that growth being reversed. Your tax base began to dwindle, and it was much harder to keep up with that problem. And every mayor since then who's come to this office, every member of the city council has had to deal with a patchwork of trying to solve the problem. Now we come here today, when every time you see a piece of legislation that has Jackson in sight, seems to blame the people who inherit a historic problem. It is almost laughable to say that we are concerned about water and sewer problems in Jackson and come up with $13 million to throw into the pot. If this legislature was truly concerned about that problem, then we'd address it with the funds necessary to start solving it. This legislation is a punitive measure. Now, the money that's there did solve real problems. The problems of potholes that appear overnight on the streets of Jackson that cause a risk to the health of the school children who are bused every day across those potholes, the families that travel every day across those potholes and those crumbling bridges, the people who have been injured and some people who have died because of those potholes. If you don't fear being harmed by that, it certainly hurts your pocketbook. If you're driving any vehicle in the inner city of Jackson, you're at risk every time you turn a corner of having to go in your pocket and pay for a damaged tire, a damaged rim, or the structure of the vehicle. Now, why would you choose this moment in time to say, I'm going to take that 15 or $13 million away because somebody didn't report something to the Mississippi legislature? And if they had reported, what would we do with it? We have all kinds of legislation that have been passed here saying this agency must report back to the legislature by January something, and not a single member goes around and looks at those reports. Let me see the hands of you who have looked at any report that we required to be sent to this legislature. I saw half a hand go up. And what all I'm saying is that this ain't real. We're not trying to help with the water and sewer problem in Jackson with this legislation. It is not going to even be worth a spit over into the problem that exists here in Jackson with the water and sewer. The $600-800 million that's coming here, that won't solve the problem either, but it goes a long ways because it's a historic problem. We have cast iron pipes running all through the city of Jackson. And if you know what cast iron pipes are, they're antiquated. You don't use them anymore. It's not practical anymore. They crack, they bend, and they break. Tree roots grow through them, spread them apart. But not one person in the office today had anything to do with those cast iron pipes. But they've inherited the problem of trying to solve it with less funds than perhaps any city in this area. So I ask you to be practical and say that Jackson does matter. That the school kids and children and your wives and your family members who travel on these streets, who can't dodge a pothole at night, can't see it in time enough to get around it, to at least have these meager funds available to tackle a real problem. This $13 million or $15 million is real money that could help try to at least keep up with some of the problems on the streets of the city of Jackson, as opposed to diverting this money because some commission, somebody in City Hall, didn't send a letter over here to the Capitol, and we're going to say, now we're going to take this money away, and we're going to put 154,000 citizens of this city, as well as the millions of people who travel through here on a weekly basis. We'd rather put them at risk because we want to show Jackson something. I ask you to vote against this legislation.
All right, gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks indicates he wishes to speak. Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The time for amendments have passed, lady, I'm sorry. Lady from Hines, Ms. Clark, what purpose you wish? Lady from Hines, Ms. Clark, your button's punched. You pass? Okay.
No.
Gentleman from Hines. Okay, if the gentleman wishes to yield for a question, he can. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks, you're recognized.
I'd like to speak first, of course, Mr. Speaker. I look at my years of being here, and it's ironic. And I hope many of you in your careers in this legislature would not feel the irony I feel now. to be here many, many years ago saying to this legislature, Jackson needs some help and we need an extra 1% sales tax, and the people of Jackson will vote for it. We'll vote for it. And we did that years ago. It was 3 mayors ago who had double terms in office. And we came here and we got it passed. And we finally got it before the people of Jackson. The people of Jackson voted for it. But no, we didn't like it because it said we had to have a commission. A commission appointed by the governor, lieutenant governor, the speaker, and a couple people appointed by the mayor. But the majority will not be appointed by the mayor, the city of Jackson, be by the other folks, the state leaders. So we did that. We accepted that because we needed the help for our infrastructure, our streets, our roads, our bridges. We did that to accept that. And now here we are saying that this commission that this legislature established is not good enough. They're not doing what they should be doing. Well, I live here. I pay taxes here. My constituents do. And I believe they are doing what they need to do. I think this $600 million that you've heard about that's coming from the federal government, as this state gets so many other millions of dollars from the federal government and billions of dollars, is going to come here and help fix under federal control and guidelines under a federal judge who's overseeing this and fix the problems that we need to fix. But in the meantime, our streets will go to the devil. That's what my predecessors are saying to you. And you drive on these. You drive on these. Other people from Madison and Rankin County coming here, Copiah County, they drive on these streets. You say you want to keep it safe. Well, we want to keep our streets safe too. Safe from potholes. Safe from other problems that you have. Bridges that be declared, hey, it's not safe to drive on this bridge anymore. The other gentleman from behind spoke of that. So I'm saying to you, and I'm saying to the chair of this committee, this is too much. This is too much. We have a commission that is working. We have a commission that's trying to do what it's supposed to do, appointed by our state leaders. Jackson sits on Yazoo clay. It shifts. We have global warming now. The temperature is not the same. It gets hot, it gets cold, it cracks, it breaks. The gentleman from Madison spoke of that. We have an environment that has changed since the 1920s and 1910, as the gentleman spoke of, when these pipes and lines were put in, they have changed. So we are saying to you, please don't change this commission. Let this commission, well, I didn't care for it, but I accepted it because I accepted for the needs of my constituents and the future of this capital city. So I do say to you, this is too much. And I hope this will not pass. If it does, I hope not to see it again anywhere. And I see it goes to Senate, I want it to be dead over there. We don't need this. Thank you.
All right, lady from Hines, Ms. Clark, do you wish to speak? You're recognized. You can do from your desk if you wish, lady. Or you can come to the front, whichever is easiest on you.
I can hop on down here.
All right, you're welcome to come to the front.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to come down here because I wanted to just tell you all how I feel about what we're doing. And I want to encourage you not to make a mistake. Because it's in my opinion, if you vote for what's on the bill as we stand here, you will be making a mistake. And I really want to ask those people in here who are saying that they're Christians, and all of you in here say you're Christians. If you're a Christian, raise your hand. Okay, I hope those Christians will remember when we vote. What I want you to do is to show your Christianship. That's a word I can make on the way. And that means that you do unto others, you'd want them to do unto you. You wouldn't want us voting for your area, what you're trying to vote for my area. We have some problems. We know we have some problems, but we need some help. And we need you to help us, and you can do it. All you have to do right now is just to vote your Christianship and vote against this bill. I thank you very much. I thank you in advance for voting for it. Some of you who are thinking about it, trying to make your mind, we can look at it, we can vote against it and come back and look at it and fix it. But the best thing to do is just to start off by voting no right now. Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I don't see anything further from anyone speaking on the bill. I recognize the chairman to close on the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the comments of the lady and the others that have gone before me, but let's deal in facts. And there's a few things I'd like to point out. I stood before you earlier and I said this is not the magic pill. It's not $1 billion, but it is north of $16 million per year. And I got lambasted by the gentleman for quoting the new conservator that's been here for a few weeks in Jackson. But if you want to look at his quotes, what he has said is one of the biggest problems with the city of Jackson's water system is that they're not collecting the fees. And so he wants a new revenue stream to come in to help with these meters that are all over Jackson that aren't metering the water, and they're not allowing them to collect the fees. He's been quoted as saying that that would cost somewhere around $10 million to really help the system. So think about how much the system could be reformed if 40, 50% or more of the meters of the people who use the water actually worked. Imagine that, a novel thought. I don't know about where y'all live, but where I live, I get a water bill. It's the way the cities around this state work. That's not happening in Jackson. They need money to fix the meters. Last time I checked, north of $16 million would help with a $10 million problem. Okay? That's one thing. Two things. Put yourself in the situation back several months ago, back in 2022, when the city of Jackson was in a major water crisis. Imagine the old lady living in South Jackson that's out of water for weeks. Imagine the students at Jackson State who were displaced with no water and lost weeks from their education, okay? Imagine the students in school here in Jackson that couldn't go to school. Think about those folks for just a minute, and let's focus on those folks if we're going to talk about our faith from this pulpit, if that's what we're going to call it. Let's focus on those people, and let's see what we should do to help those people, and let's be less concerned about our Bentley rims and our sports car rims. I'm asking you to vote for the bill.
Question now occurs on House Bill 1168. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 76 yeas, 41 nays, the bill passes. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements from the members before we break for lunch. Yes, ma'am. Lady from Hines, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hold that bill on a motion, please.
Thank you. We will do that. Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. Tubb.
Yes, sir. I need to change Stephanie's vote on the First Amendment that came out from a no to a yes. It's a motion to table.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
It's a recognition out of order.
You're recognized.
I'd like to represent my friend, former Congressman Greg Harper in the South Gallery. Thank you for being here today.
Welcome, Congressman. Lady from Lowndes, Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you all were impressed like I was this morning with the Holmes County Central Singers, I would ask that you think about making a donation to them in their endeavor to make it to Carnegie Hall in April. On your desk was a flyer with a QR code. You can scan that and make as small or large a donation as you would like. This school has raised about $8,000 and they need about 30. So this is a 100% free school lunch school. So they don't have the funds, and if you find it in your heart to do so, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, lady. Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make an introduction, please.
you're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, would you please welcome one of my constituents who just moved here from Texas recently, Mr. Devin Branch in the North Gallery.
Welcome. Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need unanimous consent to change my vote on yesterday's calendar. Item number 40, House Bill 920 from yea to nay. And item number 42, House Bill 1194 from yea to nay. Thank you.
Is there objection? I don't see any. Recording. Change those votes. Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to unanimous consent to change from yesterday's calendar my vote on item number 36, House Bill 1286, from yea to present.
Don't see any objection. Anything further from any member? Don't see any. I will entertain the gentleman from Benton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the House stand in recess till 2 p.m.
You heard the motion. House stand in recess 2 p.m. If you're in favor of the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House is recessed until 2 p.m.
Please let the House come back to order. We will return to the calendar. We were on the Ways and Means calendar. Do you wish to go back? Mr. Chairman, do you wish to go back to Ways and Means calendar?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I believe we needed to go to the laid on the table subject to call.
Okay, you done with your Ways and Means calendar then?
I'm still waiting on the floor file to make its way up here, but if you would, we could
We can
skip
come
to
back
item
to it.
3, House Bill 1170.
We can come back.
Thank you.
What you want to do?
Item 3.
Item 3 on laid on the table calendar. All right. You want to bring that back up?
Bring that back up, please.
Motion is to bring the bill off the table. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. Ayes have it. The bill is back for the House.
Would you recognize the gentleman from Wayne, please, to handle that bill?
Gentleman from Wayne is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1170 just authorizes DOR to issue electronic liens and lien satisfactions. This really comes into play when there's a second or third lien, and it just saves a lot of paperwork on their end. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1170. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 112 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Appreciate your patience. We're going to skip back to item 2, House Bill 850.
Motion is to bring the bill off the table. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized. Bill is back for the House.
Would you recognize the gentleman from Oktibbeha, please?
Gentleman from Oktibbeha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 850, y'all, I think the gentleman from Simpson may have a motion to withdraw his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to withdraw my amendment to House Bill 850.
All right, motion is to withdraw the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Amendment is withdrawn. What else you got for me?
Mr. Speaker, to explain 850, ladies and gentlemen, this bill basically gives your supervisors for schools that have had some issues that have gone through receivership through the state. It gives the supervisors that opportunity to be able to look at the taxing. That's all it does. All of the things that we had talked about the other day on this bill, where it covered the entire all school districts. That's not in this bill. It only deals with school districts that were that's going through receivership and we have to have somebody look at the taxation issue. That's what this does. That's my explanation. I'll answer any questions if I can.
Questions, gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, gentlemen. Jimmy, you?
Yes, sir.
So if a school district is woefully inadequate and a conservator is put in place and there needs to be some improvements to buildings, IT stuff, and the district does not have the resources, and if a meal or two could improve that school district and that conservator does so, the Board of Supervisors can say no?
The Board of Supervisors can say yes as well. I mean, there has to be somebody.
So,
go ahead.
If there is, so to answer, if I understand your answer, you're saying they can say yes or no?
Correct, yes, sir.
So what you're saying is if there is a conflict among the Board of Supervisors about how the school district is running, they could hinder the growth and development of children in a political scheme.
Well, the situation we have in all school districts right now is there is an elected body that makes that decision for all millage rates. And if you're in receivership, there should at least be someone that can look at this. And I would think gentlemen, if you had an area that needed some help in that, the supervisors could be convinced that this is the right thing to do. It does create this conversation back and forth.
Gentlemen, do you recall there was a certain school district in the northern part of the Delta that predominantly impoverished district was in receivership because the community did not want the growth and development and building of new schools in that district, and it caused a rift in that community. In fact, there's a member in this body that's representing that particular district right now in a federal court case because the Board of Supervisors wouldn't do right by that community. So what remedy or relief would the citizens have if the supervisor said no? Will they have to go to court?
Gentlemen, I think the recourse on anything like that is the voters are going to hold these people accountable. And if that situation is, as you say, an area that deserves these things, if you don't get the community, and I think we can agree on this, if you don't get the community behind your school district and the things that you're doing, I don't care how much money is spent, it's not going to make a difference. So you've got to get the Board of Supervisors and your community behind what you're trying to do. And I think that's the actual intent of this legislation.
So what if a community has a diverse citizenry and one side of the tracks is more prosperous than the other side of the track, and the count on the Board of Supervisors is 3-2 to the prosperous side? What would happen if there needs to be a millage increase there? If they just didn't want to do that on the less prosperous side of town?
Well, I'm a firm believer that all boats rise whenever you make things better. In an education system, if you've got a good public education system, it's going to make everything better. But if you don't have that community and the people in that community focused on what's in the greater benefit of that community, you're right, you're going to have problems. So you need to have people out there convincing everyone that this is the right thing to do.
So gentlemen, who really requested this bill? Did the Supervisors Association request this bill?
No,
Did the Department of Ed request this bill? What governing agency that has the ability to perform educational services requested this?
Gentlemen, like you are aware, any of us can bring any bill they wish to the table. As far as I'm aware, one of our members brought this bill to the table.
So, gentlemen, has there been a large number of complaints in this about this particular issue, or this is just one territorial issue?
I would think that it would be an issue that would be in concern of anyone that may have a situation where your community needs to be brought with you whenever you're trying to raise taxes in an area. And I think that that's something that you should be concerned with, as well as anyone else in here. So I think that just because you didn't get this from the Supervisor Association or whomever, I think that's something that we all need to be very cognizant of and try to help each other with what we can.
So I think that's a very lucid and thought-provoking and inquiring answer. However, you did not answer the question. So is there any data that proves that this needs to be done? Do you have any statistical proof that this particular issue is a problem other than inside one particular county?
Well, I'm a firm believer that if you have an issue in your area, it's as much important to me, and it should be just as important to me to help you get that issue taken care of. So I do believe that each of us need to be very involved in helping each other.
So, again, this is an answer looking for a problem rather than a problem looking for an answer.
Well, I think it's an answer that hopefully you can get your entire community behind what you're trying to accomplish. Thank you,
Gentleman
gentlemen.
from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman Hill.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I want to, as best I can, be sure I understood that dialogue then. To make it as short as I can. Does this bill give the county board of supervisors veto authority over what the overseer of the school district says needs to be done financially?
The short answer is yes. The longer answer would be if your school district is in receivership and that is not an elected member of your community, then this gives an elected members of your community the ability to veto that power or to approve it.
Okay. So this elected member of your community would be, that you're talking about to oversee the overseer would be the board of supervisors, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the same board that has been in that county the entire time that the particular subject school system went to wherever in a handbasket.
That school district, so those supervisors were not the school board over that particular issue.
Sure, they weren't the school board, but they were in fact the board of supervisors in that county that, from what I can see here, hadn't to make no attempt to make any school corrections, even though they may or may not could have done it. I know I'm being a little bit hypothetical here, but again, my question is, this gives the school board veto authority over the overseer of a school district that has been taken over by the state.
This gives the board of supervisors veto power, not the school board. Keep in mind the school board is no longer
right. That was a misspeak by a septuagenarian. So just let that go by. But yes, you're right. I'm talking about whatever I said, I meant supervisors.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Keep in mind, this is to protect the taxpayers in that community to have a voice in what is actually going on. It protects the kids that are involved here, and hopefully it gets the community on board with what you're trying to do. Frankly, if you don't have that community's respect and you don't have that community support, nothing you do is going to make that better.
I see your intention here. Have you ever thought about a situation where you have, as many of us do, a highly majority black school system with a very highly majority white board of supervisors? I think as you can see there, I believe we're going to have a little bit of a problem, more than likely. So if the board of supervisors has let whatever they could have done to not let the school system get where it is, if they haven't done anything up to this point, we're going to think that there's enough goodwill that they're going to cooperate with the overseer when he wants to raise taxes. And we know supervisors are congenitally against raising taxes.
Gentlemen, I really do understand your thought process here, but here's the reality. First of all, we've got to hold somebody accountable to the money that's being spent in these school districts, number one. Number two, the supervisors, if we have a situation where that community is not supporting that school district, we need to shine the light of day on that. And there are ways to do that, whether through legislation or whether that be through the media or whatever. When you have a school district that's not being supported by the community, that can happen in a lot of ways. It can happen by the fact that that your community doesn't feel like that anyone's listening to them. It can happen by the fact that you do have a lot of very poor people who are not being listened to either. This gives that group of parents someone to hold accountable. It gives someone that's being elected the ability to say, you know what, you aren't doing what you need to be doing. And I don't care if it's an appointed superintendent, but from the state, if he's not doing what he needs to do, there needs to be somebody to hold him accountable.
Okay, I certainly see where you're going, but it gives the community, through the board of supervisors, the ability to hold the school system accountable. And if they want to hold them accountable by not approving additional taxes, that the school system has to have to receive accreditation again, then that school system is just going to sit there. It's not going to improve in it because it cannot, because there's no funding. And I know you can say, well, they could approve half of it or 3/4 of it or whatever. The overseer is appointed by the state. So we have that state, we have our state looking at the overseer. We have the Board of Supervisors certainly is a leg of the state, as is the school board itself. To me, if you're going to ever achieve improvement in a school system that's been taken over by the state, it's going to require money to be spent that county has not been willing to spend before and is likely not going to be willing to spend now. But thank you for your answer.
You're welcome. Let me say this. I'm unique in the situation that I come from a county that had this happen. Oktibbeha County had this occur. One of the things and one of the solutions that ended up coming for us was consolidation. There are multiple directions that this can go in and develop and make better. This particular bill just really gives an opportunity for an elected official to at least look at this. But I respect where you're coming from, and I will be watching that as well.
I understand, and I, like you, come from a district that has had a school taken over. Luckily, it came out of it, but there were some taxations that had to come around to get the school out of, and it also consolidated the county. But thank you for your answers.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Jim from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I think that I understand the intent of this bill, and after listening to the debate, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
So if the Board of Supervisors shall they will automatically look at this and decide if they're going to veto or pass, right?
Yes, sir.
So what recourse do the school district have?
First of all, if I were the person that was dealing with the school district, I'd first come to the Board of Supervisors and say, look, this is the game plan we've got. If you've got a good game plan, and it's just like if we certainly wouldn't show up at the football field without a good game plan, and I don't think a school district, certainly one that's going through hard times, would show up without a good game plan. A lot of times what I've seen happen is someone that's hired from a different area rolls in, doesn't really understand the dynamics that are at play, doesn't seem to care whether or not the supervisors, the Board of Aldermen, or anybody else care what they do. They go in and start making decisions without having a clear game plan. It doesn't work. At least it didn't work in my situation. So from my standpoint, if we can force other solutions on the table, for me it was consolidation. And we had a fight. I'll have to be honest with you. A lot of people didn't want consolidation in my area, but this does open these ideas for new plans.
So I've heard you mention consolidation a couple of times. So if you have a scenario where the board is not in favor of the school, as has been mentioned, could that prompt them to not fund the schools to hopefully some way force consolidation?
Say that one more time. I may have missed it.
So if the schools needs the money and they're not getting funded, you said in your particular case, it forced them to consolidate. Could that create a problem?
Arguably, there probably could be all sorts of, but I do think that a school district that's having trouble, we need to throw out the old book and come up with some new ideas. This may give, to your point, this may have that dynamic at play here. But on the flip side, it may give that opportunity for that school district to find other ideas. I know that schools of innovation have been discussed, going to school year round. I know that Corinth has done that. I know that Starkville's going to start doing that. So to have a game plan, to me, a lot of the things that we do up here, we're trying to give tools to be able to get to push forward a good solution. These children that are not being taught out there in whatever district that we may be discussing here,
if those kids are not disappearing, they're staying in our state, and a lot of times unfortunately, they don't have a lot of options because they don't have a good education. My goal, and I think that the goal of this body should be to make certain that every child, I don't care if you come from a poor district, a rich district, or in the middle, that we give an opportunity for these kids to learn something and be able to have skills.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Mr. Speaker, introduction out of order.
Okay, I'll get right to you. All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 850. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By order 73 yeas and 39 nays. The bill passes. Recognize the lady from Hines, Ms. Summers, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, I have two very special ladies in the House. Would you all please welcome Ms. Ramona and Penelope Pendleton, top realtors in the state of Mississippi. Thank you all for being here.
All right, Mr. Chairman, you got anything further?
Mr. Speaker, if you would allow, would like to jump back to the Ways and Means calendar and take up item 6, please.
Okay, you're recognized. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You got a committee sub. You want it?
Please.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Please recognize the gentleman from Octavia Hall again.
Gentleman from Octavia Hall is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the committee sub has added a reverse repealer in this. This bill will be worked on through the process, but basically 735 is the Retailer Tax Fairness Act. Most of you are aware that when you go to use a credit card, generally speaking, there's a 2.5% tax, or fee rather, that's put on your credit card, and it is either paid by the person using the credit card, but in general, it's paid by the person that has the credit card machine, the retailer. This act creates a way for the retailer, whether that be a restaurant, a gas station, or wherever, to be able to take that fee that they're required to do and get a tax break or tax advantage on the tax on the 2.5%. In other words, this is an ability for that retailer to be able to get a tax break on that 2.5% that they're required to charge. It does not hurt the banks that are involved. It does not hurt the retailer involved, and it does not hurt the consumer. Frankly, this would be a way for them to receive a tax break from the state. And that's my explanation of this bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. There is one. Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I believe a question came up in committee yesterday or the day before when some businesses, some of them that I go to, charge me, if I use a credit card, they charge me that 2.5% or whatever it is anyway. Is there something in this bill that says if you charge it, you can't take this tax credit?
Thank you for that question, because I want to make real clear, the reason we have a reverse repealer in here is that we're going to keep tinkering with this to make certain that it's fair, that there's not a situation where you're getting a tax break and you frankly don't deserve that tax break. So we're working on that language, and that's the reason we have the reverse repealer in.
Okay, and I appreciate that, but how in the world are you going to know?
I think it's going to be, my knee jerk on this is that we've got a system set up right now to where when you turn in your taxes at the end of the year, there's a certain amount of trust that has to occur here. Now, if you get an audit or you have a situation where somebody comes in and does an audit, I got a feeling that you could get popped pretty hard for cheating here. Now, that being said, are we going to be able to, regardless of what we do, are we going to be able to catch every single little, I honestly doubt it. That being said, right now, you've got a situation where if you're a gas station, if you took all of the gas stations as a whole, there's $50 million worth of this taxes that are being paid that arguably just isn't fair for those retailers.
Well, right. I wouldn't argue with you that it's not fair, but on the other hand, this is also an opportunity for them to double up.
It's an opportunity to what? I'm sorry.
For them to double up.
Or
in other words, say, I need a tax credit because of this, and they don't tell you, well, I charge it to my customer anyway, and your customer's not going to know what in the heck happened, so they're not going to be complaining. So really, I know you have good intention, but I just don't see, short of a crystal ball or something, you're going to be able to know whether they're doing it.
Gentlemen, I will answer that real quick. So that's why the gentleman put a reverse repealer in it. He discussed it with myself and the committee, quite frankly. And I don't think that's right, what you're referring to. And so we're trying to come up with some language. If this bill is going to make it or go any further, that would address that. It'll probably be something like this. It'll probably be, you get an either or, okay? You can claim the credit, and it's on your sales tax return, so it's done monthly. You can claim the credit if you don't charge the extra fee. But if you charge the extra fee, then you can't claim the credit on your sales tax returns, and there'd be accountability there because it would be subject to audit, and you file your sales tax returns each month. And there would be a place on there to see whether you either charge them the fee or not, and handle it that way. So if the bill's going to come back before the body, I've asked for some language that would address that. They're working on that language.
I see what you're doing, Mr. Chairman. This is it's a pretty good defense lawyer bill here, isn't it?
Well, it's just, look, we are asking every business in this state to collect the sales tax for the state. And those businesses that are doing that for the state, number one, not only are they not getting paid to do it, they're being charged, penalized 2.5% for doing it for us. That's what this bill is about, trying to address.
So like Spike Lee, just do the right thing, right? Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Jim from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Now, gentlemen, I just want to make sure I get a clear understanding of what we're doing. You're saying it is a tax credit, or are we talking as a business expense?
It would be a tax credit. Now, by the time this language we get through doing this, it's maybe a one or other type dynamic that we have to plug in with this. The main thing we're trying to do is make certain that businesses that are, frankly, getting the money out of our sales tax, collecting that sales tax, is not being punished for collecting that sales tax.
Okay. So I guess my question is, we're talking about that 2% fee you have to pay to use a debit card or credit card.
Yes, sir.
Now, right now, why can't you just claim that as a business expense, like any other business expense that you?
We've never allowed it like that. It's always been plugged in as part of the total sale. And honestly, that may be where we end up when this is all said and done.
Yeah.
But to your point, that may be part of the solution. We're just trying to come up with a mechanism to do that, do something like that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 735. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. The vote 109 yeas and 2 nays. The bill passed. Anything further?
Mr. Speaker, I would go to the next item, 7. Call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross red the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask that if you would recognize the gentleman from Adams to handle the bill. And while he's explaining the bill, I'll tell the body that council is working on a reverse repealer to this bill and should have it in momentarily after he explains the bill.
All right, recognize the gentleman from Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a bill that requires a written proof of ownership or on cars that are older than 10 years. Now it is 10, now it's 20. And the problem it's trying to address is that people are stealing cars or they buy a used car and don't completely pay for it. And in lieu of finishing the note, they scrap it and nobody asks them for a title or anything because it's an older car. But probably more importantly, there have been some problems in my area where grandkids or kids will take an older person's car that they've had, they're keeping up, and for drugs or whatever, they'll take them to a scrapyard, don't have a title, and get rid of them. This just provides a protection to the lien holder and the real owner of the car. Proof of ownership, take it and scrap it, but you got to show a title or proof of ownership in some writing or affidavit of some type. That's what the bill does. But we're still working on it. So I want to ask, Mr. Speaker, I want to offer an amendment if I can at the proper time.
Yes, sir.
What I've handed the clerk is an amendment to install a reverse repealer. So we'll continue to work on this bill. And if we can't get the things ironed out between the lien holding community and the scrap metal community, we'll just keep working on it and wait till next year. But right now, we're trying to talk to both and get that done. That's what the amendment does.
Questions on the amendment? There's a question on the amendment. Gentleman from Tallahatchie. Mr. Reynolds.
Gentlemen, I know this is not directly on point, but it might be. Anything that would you seek to do anything that we can do in regard to, we got a terrible problem on catalytic converters being stolen and scrapping. And we've done something on that. Would you try to make sure that if there's anything can be done, it would be done?
Well, I'm almost as inventive as you, and so I'll continue to work. If there's some way I can do something about that, we'll try to work on that in this bill as well. Thank you. If there are no further questions, I ask passage of the amendment.
All right. I don't see any further questions. You favor amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Nothing further. I move for final passage.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So you said that if they didn't have a title and they need to have further information showing ownership,
yeah.
Can you give an example of what they could actually use other than a title?
I think in the bill, I don't have it in front of me, but there's a section where you can have a written affidavit of ownership, signed and sworn to and notarized, saying that you're the owner of the vehicle. That gives the scrap metal person at least proof to say they checked and to ask for proof of ownership. But I got a reverse repeal in it. We can work on whatever your concerns are to get that done.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. If there are no further questions, Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 334. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 103 yeas and 8 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I go to item 5 and ask that it be read the third time. House Bill 1020.
Ask what now?
Ask to read it the third time.
Okay. We'll read it the third time. Ways and means yields. All right. We will now move to the general calendar. Public property.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to go to item 1, House Bill number 917, and make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Chairman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill places the Mississippi Workers' Compensation Commission office building under the supervision and care of DFA. They've run into a problem with the repairs on the HVAC and the roof, and the roof is going to be about 1.2 million, and the roof will be 700,000. And what we're doing is trying to find a way to pay for this, so I'm offering an amendment, Mr. Speaker. That is a reverse repealer that will give us just a little bit more time to work on this bill.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? Gentleman from Montgomery has a question. To the right, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield.
Yes, sir.
I handled special fund agency budget for Mississippi Workers' Comp, and this request was also made in the form of a budget increase. My question is, if we put these under DFA, then that no longer needs to be a part of their budget request?
It would have to be
DFA would
part
then,
of the DFA budget request, sure would.
DFA at that point would take control of the building, they'd make these repairs?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask the bill of House Bill 894 make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross red the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the gentleman from Harrison, Representative Haney, to present the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 894 is dealing with violations of the local zoning ordinances. Right now, what's in statute is that basically it's done by a criminal process. What we're trying to do is have it where cities, we're not saying they can't do the criminal process. We're just adding that it can be done by either administrative or civil process. Basically, it's set up with a fine cannot exceed $100. And basically, we're just trying to get it where the cities have options. In our area, we have a lot of out-of-town owners. I think some of the big cities have it also. So by doing this, it just speeds up the process to try to get them correct the local zoning ordinances. And that's my explanation.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 894. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 106 yeas, 7 nays, bill passes. Next item, Judiciary Aid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 3, House Bill 485, call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross red the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is our sexual assault evidence accountability bill. If you will recall, last year we had a bill that was providing and setting forth a process for implementation of a new kit. And we worked with the Senate after Wisani died and some of the members of the House, the lady from Lowndes and some other members of the House. We've started working last fall to retool this bill. And we also worked with Joyful Heart in coming up with some language that would address some of the concerns from last year. Section 1 again just sets forth the process for the examination and testing The timeline now is that a medical facility must call law enforcement within 4 hours of performing an exam. Law enforcement has to pick up the kit within 24 hours, or put the kit in the refrigerator for 2 hours, or take it directly to the crime lab. It requires the forensics lab to test the kit within 45 days. Section 2 recognizes and validates victims' rights, and it also deals with the destruction of a kit. If evidence is about to be destroyed, a victim must be notified 20 days before, and evidence on unsolved cases cannot be destroyed for 20 years. Section 3 deals with the feasibility of a tracking system. If you may recall, last year's bill, we had a tracking system in the bill. This particular bill, 485, authorizes the forensic lab and DPS to conduct a study on the feasibility of an sexual assault kit tracking system, and requires a report to the legislature within 12 months. Section 4 is the Sexual Assault Accountability Task Force. A task force is created in Section 4. The members of the committee include the forensics lab, DPS investigators, a DA, and SANES. Section 5 just brings forward the Crime Victims Bill of Rights that's contained in Section 9943.7 of the code. And then Section 6 is legislative intent. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 485. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 4, House Bill 1111. Call it up and make the usual motion.
The lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the gentleman from Harrison to present the bill.
The gentleman from Harrison is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1111 clarifies language on termination of parental right petitions. In past years, the legislature gave original exclusive jurisdiction on TPR petitions to youth courts exercising custody over minors in abuse and neglect proceedings. In 2020, the State Court of Appeals rendered a decision appearing to say the change only applies to contested TPR petitions. What happens in many cases, however, is that parents often determine the actual hearing, they relinquish and surrender their rights before the actual hearing. This legislation will address jurisdictional interpretation by clarifying that the youth court jurisdiction over TPRs applies both in contested and non-contested TPR petitions, as long as the youth court already has exercising jurisdiction over the minor in abuse and neglect proceedings. Mr. Speaker, that concludes an explanation of the bill.
Questions? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Where do the youth court judges stand on this particular piece of legislation?
This is not my bill, gentlemen, and that's a fair question.
That's not a good answer. We need to know what the youth court judges.
Understood.
This impacts the rights of children, and this impacts the rights of parents. We need to know where youth court judges stand on this position. This is the termination of parental rights is an extremely important issue, and this ain't my baby. I'm just rocking it. Don't fit that shoe.
I agree, and that's not what I said, gentlemen. But what I'm saying is this bill just says what jurisdiction this will be in, and if it originated with youth court, it stays with youth court. It's not changing anything other than that. It's just clarifying who has jurisdiction, and if anything, this is for the youth court judges.
Okay, and the chancellor's okay with it too?
It's not. No, it doesn't affect chancellors at all.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
You have a question, Gentleman Jackson?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, sir.
will the gentleman yield for some friendly questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're not interfering or doing anything to Chancery Court jurisdiction over TPRs. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And gentlemen, county court does have jurisdiction for, I believe, voluntary TPRs. Is that correct?
My understanding they
And
do.
we're just including involuntary TPRs.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1111. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas and 1 nay, bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 5, House Bill 510, and I'd like to pass that bill and ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
Any objection? Hearing none, we'll do that. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 6, House Bill number 1318. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the gentleman from Harrison to present the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair. House Bill 1318 addresses and updates our safe haven baby laws and also adds provision for baby drop-off laws. It provides in Section 1 that emergency medical services providers can take possession of a child who is 90 days old or younger in one of the following cases. The baby is voluntarily dropped off. The baby is placed in a baby safety device that is sponsored by the provider and meets the safety requirements of this act, or the baby is delivered to a provider in response to an emergency call from the parent who expressed an intent to surrender the child to a law enforcement officer or EMS provider and expressed an intent not to return for the child. Furthermore, it mandates safety procedures for the baby drop boxes and ensures the safety of the child. It ensures the mother's identity is not disclosed to any state or local entity, and it clarifies that no court order or other legal document be required for EMS provider to take possession of the child whose parent has relinquished custody. Section 2 outlines the time frame in which the emergency service provider must contact CPS, and that is the same day by end of business, no later. Section 3 states that this act should be an absolute defense of the relinquishing parent of prosecution so long as the baby is relinquished in a healthy fashion. Section 4 further defines emergency medical services provider and adds a CPS licensed church, law enforcement agency, and counties or municipalities who sponsor a baby drop box. Section 5 outlines the immunity for those taking possession of the child. Section 6 outlines the signage that must be posted about a baby drop box, and this gives detailed instructions on how to place the baby in the box in the preceding instructions. Section 7 covers definitions and terms. Section 8 covers how a parent may legally relinquish a baby. And this act does take effect upon passage. Mr. Speaker, that concludes an explanation of the bill.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1318. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 7, House Bill 1149. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1149 is the path to permanency for child protection services, just to make sure that there's uniformity with respect to proceedings throughout all the courts. And just very briefly, what it does is that the bill makes certain that the Department of Child Protection Services is going to be recognized as a party in all youth court actions. It also makes it clear that CPS should be summoned to appear at a hearing on a petition that has been filed, so that they're receiving the notice and they are present for all petitions that have been filed. every abused and neglected child will have his or her own separate legal representation. Currently, a child that's in delinquency cases should be represented by an attorney in addition to a guardian ad litem. What this bill would do is add a similar requirement for a child in dependency for abuse and neglect cases to ensure that each child in youth court will be represented by a counsel. The bill also ensures that petitions for TPRs and adoption are given priority docket space to make sure that the legal path to permanency is efficient as possible. And adoption is going to become one contiguous action. The bill provides that a county court sitting as a youth court may hear.
You may continue, lady.
The bill provides that a county court sitting as a youth court may hear the associated adoption proceeding after the TPR. It's also limiting adoptions of abused and neglected children who are in CPS's custody, and the bill does not allow other adoptions to be heard in county courts sitting as youth courts. There is a study committee that is also in the bill, Mr. Speaker, and that's an explanation of the bill. Basically, with the path to permanency for CPS and any proceedings under CPS, they're trying to make sure that the legal path of children moving toward permanency is efficient, that it's safe, and more importantly, that it's consistent.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1149. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, Judd B.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I call up the bills, I want to remind the House of what that great 1990s philosopher and artist said, known as Salt and Pepper. Let's talk about sex. I'll call up item number 8, House Bill number 1315.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
You appreciate that? All right, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1315 is a bill that simply would provide that any company in the state of Mississippi that provides internet pornography to be able to verify that the person who is accessing that site is over the age of 18 through third-party verification with a digital ID or some type of situation to where they can identify who that is. My understanding, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of platforms out there and there are a lot of third-party vendors that have the ability to verify somebody's age on an accurate situation. This exact bill was passed last year in the state of Louisiana, and all it does is exactly that, requires that a porn site be able to identify and verify the age of its customer. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? Gentleman from Tallahatchie. Passes. All right. I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1315. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 111 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd call up the committee sub for House Bill 1341, and I'd like to add an amendment before I explain the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment, ladies and gentlemen, there's an age in here that is the age of 15. I took out, and there's also some language that is going to require school districts from the grade of K through 12 to verify the vendor of which they're using. I took out the age of 15 and made it K through 12, just to make it consistent, making that there's no age. Sometimes there are people who are over the age of 18 in K through 12. So we're just saying if they are in that K through 12 grade, that's an explanation of the amendment, is to take out the age of 15.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Let me explain the committee sub, Mr. Speaker. What the committee sub does is it a K-12 school may offer digital or online resources only if the vendor for which they choose has safety policies in place, safety policies that prohibit and prevent a child from viewing sexually explicit material, or they have some type of filter in place to protect the child from doing that. And what we're essentially doing is we're shifting the burden from the school district over to the vendor and making sure the vendor has the proper protocol in place to protect the children from viewing these type of images. If a vendor does not have that, they have 30 days to comply with it, or they are deemed in breach of contract. If they still don't do it and they're found not to be in compliance after a second time, there is a 10% reduction in the contract that the state or the school board has to pay or is required to pay. And if they don't do it for a third time, the contract's terminated and the school district doesn't have to pay anything else. Again, this is a way to protect your school districts, protect the children, and shift the burden to the private industry, making sure they have the protocols in place. That's an explanation of the committee sub.
Any question? I don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1341. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas and 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Call up item 1371.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this creates the felony or adding therapists to the class of people who can be charged with the felony if they engage in sexual contact with a patient or former patient. I want to make former patient clear. A former patient is defined as someone who received services from the therapist within 12 months after the end of a patient or client therapist relationship. In committee, the lady from Hines asked questions about if they engaged in a sexual contact after, say, a 10-year period of having therapy, would they be liable? Would they be charged for a felony? Under that hypothetical, no, they would not. This is simply a therapist. As lawyers, we have ethical issues and professional responsibilities not to do this. I know therapists do as well. We are creating a felony for a therapist that carries with it no more than 5 years in the custody of the Department of Corrections and no more than a $10,000 fine. And also, consent by a patient is not a defense. That's an explanation of the bill.
Any questions? Jim from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentlemen, I understand where you're going with the bill. I just want a little clarification, please. In your definition or your idea of sexual contact, are we talking about gratification of lust also? I mean, because some of these things can be very easily charged against people, and we are putting their lives and careers in jeopardy.
Let me read you the definition.
Huh?
I'm going to read you the definition.
Please do.
Definition on line 54, paragraph E. Sexual contact means kissing, touching, including the oral touching, another person's inner thigh, breast, groin, buttocks, and anything else defined under 97.397.
Yeah. So I'm just concerned about an accidental touching that might be misconstrued by a patient or whatever, and next thing you know, you have an aggressive DA or someone who's saying this person has violated this particular statute.
Gentlemen,
I know these are times that we live in, but I mean, I just don't want to just see somebody just accidentally touched.
Gentlemen, you're a lawyer, and you know as well as I do, we have people who are wrongfully charged on a number of occasions for a number of different felonies.
Yes, sir.
And that's the purpose of the court system.
Okay.
And
They would lose their license, I'm sorry.
Well, if they're convicted.
If they're convicted.
If they're convicted.
So until they're convicted, they can still practice.
They're presumed innocent until convicted.
Okay. I just want clarification. Thank you.
Okay.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks. Excuse me, gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell. I got the two of you confused. I'm sorry, you're just so close to one another. It just,
I know, like, wow. I know, right? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a quick question. Is this like a recurring deal that is happening with therapists and their patients?
Well, let me explain the definition of a therapist. It is a physician, a psychologist, a nurse, substance abuse counselor, social worker, clergy, marriage or family therapist, mental health service provider, and any type of associate thereof. So it does include actions by a potential church clergy or something like that.
Gotcha.
So, okay.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
One quick question, gentlemen. What is the penalty for this?
The penalty?
Yes.
It is no more than 5 years in the custody of the Department of Corrections and no more than $10,000.
So no more than 5 years.
No more than 5 years.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, let me ask you this. What other professions, any other professions that that is a felony to do this, other than these therapists?
Ask that again, I'm sorry.
Other than the therapists, the ones that's included in your bill, are there any other professions that is a felony in order to engage in sexual contact with their patients or clients?
Well, I mean, I don't know that it's delineated. I would think that a profession in some situations could be, as is in the scope of their profession, for example, like a doctor with a vulnerable adult or something like that. But I don't know that, to answer your question, if it's specifically delineated in a statute.
And gentlemen, as you know, as attorneys, the rules of professional responsibility basically make it unethical for an attorney to do this exact thing. But it's not a crime. Obviously, I can lose my license, lose my livelihood, but I would not be a convicted felon. Why do we feel that it needs to be a felony?
It does. Remember the definition of therapist, though, because yes, you're exactly right. We have professional responsibilities that we have to do that. I'm sure therapists and physicians have their ethical obligations too. But the definition of a therapist is also extended to members of the clergy, which I don't know that they have some type of professional responsibility or some type of licensing board there. So that's the only way I know how to answer that.
So in theory, a pastor could be counseling one of their parishioners and get romantically involved, and she get upset. He'd be serving 5 years on Parchment Prison.
It depends on what the relationship was, I guess. And I didn't hear the first part of your question, but if they're in a therapist-patient relationship, like an attorney-client relationship, then potentially yes.
I'm talking about the pastor. And you saying possibly, but I mean, statutory construction says, I mean, if the law is clear, I don't see any wiggle room. I mean, I think that's strict liability on the minister.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's my reading of the bill. That's basically strict liability on the minister.
I'll work with you with that, but I don't think that's certainly not the intent, and I'll put that on the record. The intent is you have a patient therapy relationship. You have a clergy I've lost the word, a clergy relationship with a patient type of thing, not a situation where, for example, it wouldn't be like you have a clergy, a single pastor in the Baptist church in Tishomingo, Mississippi, who later ends up falling in love with their secretary and they get married. That would not be a situation that this would cover.
I agree with that. But again, if that pastor from Tishomingo County is counseling a female parishioner and he fall in love with her, they fall in love, and things go south, he would be guilty.
There's under this statute, there is a potential of that. Okay. Yes, sir.
And after he served his 5 years down at Parchment, will he be considered a sex offender after that?
Yes, sir.
So this poor pastor will have to register the rest of his life as a sex offender?
He would have to register, yes, sir.
You don't think that this is pretty extreme? A little bit?
I will say this. Do I think it's extreme? No. We all have seen the news stories about Catholic priests and about stuff and about people abusing their authority and about abusing their ability to in other words, pray, and in some situations, prey on adults, and having no oversight for that. Those churches, those ministers, they've never had any oversight other than law enforcement. So I don't think if anything deters, look, I'm for anything that's going to deter the sexual misconduct by somebody who's abusing their authority.
And gentlemen, if we take the analogy of the Catholic priest, I would be 100% in favor of it. I would co-author the legislation. But we're talking about grown, adult, and consensual relationship. I think in your bill says consent. So if a 40-year-old woman consent to it and I come to court, that's no defense. I mean, in theory, they can get married and he still can get
It's no defense, but there's also, and I'm not a psychiatrist, I do know one, but I'm not a psychiatrist, and I can tell you that there is this phenomenon that the psychiatrist can tell you, a therapist, where they have a problem sometimes with their patients falling in love with them. They've got to be extra careful about having the safeguards and making sure they're not preying on people.
And I agree with that, but I just think 5 years registered sex offender is quite a bit.
And I understand, but you would also agree with me that in the grand scheme of things, as far as penalty goes, for any type of sex offense, 5 years is about the minimum that we apply for all sex offenses across the board.
And you're using the term sex offense, and I think you're kind of using it loosely because...
And maybe so, I'll give you that.
Yeah, I mean, because it's not really a sexual assault or anything. Again, we're talking about two adults that is consensual. So...
Again, you're a lawyer, I'm a lawyer. We believe in the process of our jurisprudence, and if the facts come before a court, before a jury, and they don't convict them, they don't convict them. But right now, under the law, or under this bill, yes, that the consent would be no defense.
And gentlemen, you would agree that we have sexual assault statutes on the book where it's non-consensual touching of an individual that is a misdemeanor, where they don't get no more than 1 year in jail, in the county jail.
I would agree to that. Yes, there is some simple assault provisions that provide for that.
And this is more egregious than a touching, non-consensual touching.
Depends on the situation, but again, we want to make sure that therapists and these type of clergies are not taking advantage of a situation.
Jim of Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds, you have introduction?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have introduction. The Honorable Dwayne Thomas, the Senior Chancery Judge of Hinds County and a graduate of the House of Representatives, who a three-term House of Representatives member and now Senior Chancery Judge. So.
All right. I don't see any other questions.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, excuse me, Jim from Pike, did you have something?
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we'll get right to you. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1371. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote of 63 yeas and 46 nays, the bill passes. Recognize the gentleman from Pike for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In our South Gallery, we have with us today Judge Crystal Wise Martin. If y'all please make her feel welcome.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks, what purpose you seek recognition?
Well, I had a question on the bill, sir.
Okay, sorry. Lady from Hines, Ms. Foster, what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House in the South Gallery, I would like to introduce my constituent, Judge Tiffany Grove, Chancery Judge.
All right, next item.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to, that one, I would pass it and it can go to the hill of the calendar, but I would ask permission, if I may, to go to item number 44 and ask you to recognize the gentleman from Jackson to handle that one for me.
Is that your last one?
That'll be the last one, yes. Item 44. I'll call it up.
Objection?
Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, my distinguished colleagues of the House. House Bill 1139 is pretty simple. Presently, there is a $500 mandatory fine for simple assault. The monetary fine for aggravated assault is $1,000. This will simply make those monetary fines discretionary based upon a case-by-case basis. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1139. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 116 yeas and 0 nays. The bill passes. We return now to page 3, item 12. Judiciary A.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 12, House Bill number 1342, 1342. I'd like to pass it and ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Brings us to item 13, education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1365 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
This bill, it hurts my heart to have to come up here and do this bill. This is where we gave the teacher assistants a pay raise last year of $17,000. Never did I dream that some of the school districts would take their local supplements away and not give it to the teacher assistants. And we had ones that did that. It's shameful. What it does, it clarifies this, that they can't do it. It makes it retroactive, that they have to go back and pay those teachers at $2,000. We gave them the money to give to the teachers, not to use it as a slush fund. And, Mr. Speaker, I also have an amendment of this bill I'd like to give.
All right, you're recognized for an amendment.
What I've done with this bill is I've worked with the chairman of appropriations and worked with LBO over the years. We weren't over the last few months trying to see what we could and could not do. And in this amendment, on top of the $17,000, I'm asking you to approve a teacher assistant pay raise of $3,000 to bring them to $20,000. That will give them the $5,000 that we gave the teachers last year. And it can't be taken away. So If there's no questions, I ask for a vote on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes
Ask
have
for
it.
final passage on the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1365. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas and 2 nays, bill passes. Next item.
The next item, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up House Bill 1369 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross read, the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
The gentleman from Lamar will handle that bill.
Gentleman from Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1369 would make a substantial change that I think all of your school districts will be very excited about to the MAEP funding formula. This is something that we have talked about for a long time in Mississippi, making this change, and I think it's long overdue. This would switch us from average daily attendance to average daily membership so that our school districts are receiving funding based on the number of students enrolled in the school, not the number of students that are actually at the school. As all of us know, the costs for running a school don't change just because someone didn't come to school that day. We're still paying the power bill. We're still paying teachers. We're still doing all the things that cost money in our districts. And just because we've got less kids in the seat that day doesn't mean the costs go down. So this is, again, something that the school districts have been asking for a very long time. It doesn't affect the overall funding for MAP or education funding, anything like that. It just affects the way that the per pupil rate's calculated when that money is pushed out. That's a brief explanation of the bill.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1369. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Seems like the chairman voted against his own bill. That was the 1 nay, gentlemen, was you.
Please change my vote.
Sir?
Asking for unanimous.
You request unanimous consent to change his vote.
Got to get a better desk mate. Okay.
Your desk mate needs to wake up back there.
The next is House Bill 1373. I'd like to call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read, the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
I believe the lady from Hines has a friendly amendment. If she could present that,
The
please.
lady from Hines is recognized for her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply makes it clear.
I'm sorry.
This amendment simply makes it clear that participation in this program by the schools and by the students is optional, and that any student who chooses not to participate in such a program would not be penalized in any form or fashion. They would simply continue their normal course of instruction as they would do if this program did not exist. And that is an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Yes, it's what this bill does is it gives the parents a right for 1 hour a week to be able to take their child out of school to for religious purposes or moral purposes or whatever the need is. We already do this for 4-H. We do it for FFA, and we actually do it, I didn't realize till I was reading the statute, we do it for vacations. This is just a parent's right to do it, and this is something that a school opts in to if they want, a school district, if they want to do it or not do it. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Any questions? Any question? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, gentlemen.
So is this like a moment of reflection or something like that?
A moment of,
What is?
no, this is taking the student out of the school. This is like National Day of Prayer, or whether you have a Martin Luther King Day with celebration at the church, you can take your student to that and bring them back to school.
So
Parent brings that student.
Does this impede instructional time? And
It's up to the parent. Same as if you're going to a basketball game or you're going to a dance or bowling. My school was out last week up here for the bowling tournament. Same thing.
So is it, so when you say religious instruction, is it all religions or is it particular ones?
No, it's up to the parent.
Okay.
This is the parent's right.
All right, so what about those who are not participating in a religious?
Then your
religion?
parent's not going to take you out of school. It's the same like when they come up here to 4-H club or whatever, that's parents. And the school doesn't have to opt into this.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentlemen, yes, if you would. And just get into a few more details. I noticed many cheerleaders, this group, that group of these school activities, they normally have to have a sponsor. Who would be the sponsor of this? Would they have to have a sponsor?
No, the parent.
They would not have to have a sponsor?
No, absolutely not.
So who would, so some person?
The parent's their sponsor. The parent is their sponsor.
The who?
The parent.
A parent would be a sponsor?
Yes.
So would it be for my child or other children could come in? Or, I mean.
No, it's no one coming in. It's you taking your child, checking them out of school, taking them to whatever the function is, whatever the religious function is, for an hour.
For 1 hour?
1 hour
And they
a week.
But they would use the school facilities, and they would come into a classroom or wherever to do this.
No, this is if you take them to your church.
You would take them to a church?
Like, right, it has nothing to do on school premises. This would be like National Day of Prayer, and it's at City Hall. And they're having the National Day of Prayer, and you want to take your kid to that National Day of Prayer at City Hall or the county or wherever it's held, or at your church.
Well, if this is not on school grounds, on school property, why do we need this legislation to give them the permit to take these kids to somewhere off school campus? Wouldn't that be an agreement between the parents?
You would think so, but no, some schools do not give that parent a legitimate excuse to take them to church. It's an unexcused absence. You can take them, but it's an unexcused absence. We're saying you've got to give them an excused absence if the parent decides to take them to that function.
Well, I think the gentleman from Washington just asked would it interfere with school time or school credits or activities, and I thought it was after school it wouldn't, so I don't understand your answer with the statement you just made, sir.
Well, maybe
I'm trying to just understand.
Maybe I'm confused with what you're asking. It has nothing to do with on-school premise stuff. This is checking your student, your child out of school to go to something that you think is important for them and to you that would, I would assume, would be more important than that time, that hour in that school. So you would take them and then you would bring them back to school. And it would be excused.
But you would bring them back to school?
Yes. That day.
You take them back to school?
Yeah.
Wow. Thanks.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes.
Gentlemen, you mentioned a vacation statute a while ago, I think.
Yes.
Which said you were surprised at. That statute enabled me to take my 4 boys to a lot of different vacations that the statute says could be deemed to be educational. And I like that, and I hope you, since you discovered it, you don't do away with it. But nevertheless, as far as this, whatever my religion or whatever it is, if I want to take my kid or kids out of school for an hour, I can do it with no retribution whatsoever from the school system, right?
That is correct.
Just that simple.
That is correct.
And no specific religion, whatever my religion is or ain't, whatever it is, if I say that's my religion, that's what it is, and you have no right whatsoever to question me, you just got to let me do it.
I agree. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman will yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
I was reading the bill, perusing through the bill. It appears to be in the short title, 1 hour per week, but when I read the bill, particularly the underlying language, I don't see that 1 hour per week. But it may be somewhere else in the bill that
Line 36.
line
they're telling
36,
me.
but it's limited to 1 hour per week.
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, question occurs on House Bill 1373. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine. Madam Clerk, by vote 105 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Next item is House Bill 1390. I'd like to call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This is our abstinence-only policy that we've had for many years, and this is a repealer on it. All we're doing is taking the repealer off of it. That's all we're doing.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, question occurs on House Bill 1390. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine. Madam Clerk, by vote 117 yeas and 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, municipalities.
Well, I was going to ask, Mr. Speaker, if I could skip one down.
Okay,
And-
since you're there, go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to bring up House Bill 1173, make the usual note.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
All this is the EEF cards. That is the procurement cards that teachers get. We added the gifted teachers last year and special ed, and the only other public teachers that were not on there, and we've overlooked it last year and this year, and that is the teachers of the charter schools. And all we're doing is adding those to the statute, Mr. Speaker.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, question occurs on House Bill 1173. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine. Madam Clerk, by a vote of 96 yeas and 9 nays, the bill passes. We'll go to number 19. We'll come back to you, gentlemen, in a second. Chairman of Judiciary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 19, House Bill 1155. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Please recognize the gentleman from Tate to present the bill.
Gentleman from Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill 1155. This is dealing with subdivision, real property rights as it relates to subdivisions and platted subdivisions throughout this state. Under our current statutory scheme, we do not have a mechanism by which landowners who own lots in a subdivision can either add to or amend the restrictive covenants that associated with that subdivision. And so this would just provide a mechanism that is clear to all involved as to if you are such a landowner and a majority of the owners in that subdivision, of the lot owners, want to amend their covenants, this provides the mechanism for them to do that. They would file a petition with the Chancery Court upon a majority vote of the landowners and present their request to to the judge, to the chancellor, to allow that to take place.
Question.
I do have an amendment to make a clarification as well.
All right, you recognize for an amendment. You recognize.
The amendment just states that there should be one vote per lot. In other words, if there's a situation where one lot is owned by multiple landowners, there would still be just one vote for that lot. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Jump from Holmes, Mr. Clark. Jump from Wamba, Mr. Boyd. Okay, no questions on the amendment. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill. Jump from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, how is it now governed?
Sir?
How is it now governed as far as?
That's a good question. I don't know. I've had some people come to me and ask me how we do it, and there is no clear directive.
And sometimes they have restrictive covenants and things like that when they create the subdivision.
I guess it could be provided, a mechanism for amending the covenants could be provided in the existing covenants. That's a possibility.
And I guess my question is, what if the covenants presently have a way to amend or extend?
Yeah.
Is this going to supersede?
No, this says that if it's provided in the covenants, if the covenants provide for a method for doing that, then that's what they should use.
Thank you, Jim.
Yes, sir.
Jump at Wamba, Mr. Boyd.
Where you at? There
Thank
you
you,
are.
Mr. Speaker. Chairman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm a surveyor, so now I want to know if the covenant is adjusted, and I've got to make recommendations on my
Right.
plat about it. Is this going to be recorded in the courthouse?
Yes. The statute will require it to be recorded with the subdivision plat.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1155. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. We're going to go back to item 17. Chairman of Education had requested to skip over that so he could clean his calendar. Where's municipalities chair? There he is. You want to take that up?
Yes.
The education chairman requested to skip 17 so he could finish his calendar. But we skipped over yours.
Gotcha.
We don't have to take it up if you don't want to.
I'm already here, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much
All
for
right.
recognizing
Very
me.
good. We're on number 17. You want to bring it up?
Bring up House Bill 1159. Make the usual motion,
Gentleman
please. sir.
calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
House Bill 1159 addresses the Pat Harrison Waterway District. Many of you whose districts in that area are familiar with our counties that are members of the Pat Harrison Waterway District. This bill simply allows any municipality that meets the criteria that's in that same area to participate and join the Pat Harrison Waterway District should that municipality choose to do so. It simply authorizes municipalities to join the Pat Harrison Waterway District. That's the explanation of the bill. Move final passage if there's no questions.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1159. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item, now 20, Judd B.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up item number 20, House Bill number 903, and I ask that you recognize the gentleman from Rankin to handle the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Rankin's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 903 raises the penalty for littering
in counties and municipalities from to a minimum of 750 and a maximum of 1,000. Counties are having a real issue, especially around dumpsters and stuff, where people are just dropping stuff off. They're not putting it in the dumpsters. I don't know whether y'all realize or not, we had a real problem with litter, but this is just trying to solve one issue for the counties and cities. So that's the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 903. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 103 yeas and 10 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll call up House Bill 840. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 840 comes at the request of the State Public Defender, and basically it allows for them to, I'll just read it, the State Defender shall promulgate, implement, and enforce standards that define how effective indigent defense services should be provided in all such cases subject to the approval of Mississippi Supreme Court. They just said they need that language to allow them to help get a more uniform practice throughout the state. That's the next place of the bill.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 840. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas and 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 22, House Bill 566. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Please recognize the lady from Forest to explain the bill.
The lady from Forest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that has been introduced for several years, and it passed out of this chamber almost unanimously last year. All it says is that when precipitation, rain, what have you, necessitates the use of your windshield wipers, that you should also use your headlights. And that is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions. Open
Move final
machine,
passage.
Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 566. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 85 yeas and 20 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 23, House Bill 824. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Please recognize the gentleman from Tallahatchie to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, the bill does one thing, and that is place limited population counties in the same place as small cities in regard to allowing the Transportation Commission, if they desire, for publicly owned gas facilities and water facilities to help relocate those as they can in limited population cities. It puts the small counties and the small cities in the same shape, and that's all the bill does.
Question. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 824. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 111 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item 24, House Bill 1002, and call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Please recognize the gentleman from Benton to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Petroleum Inspection Law Bill, and all it is wait, I have an amendment first. The amendment is deleting the repealer. That's all it is.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
And that's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1002. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 106 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to skip over item 25, and it can go to the middle of the calendar.
All right.
Go to item 26.
Okay, item 26.
Go to item 26, House Bill 986. Call up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross read, the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Move adoption of the committee sub.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill comes to us from MDOT. It just allows them to develop public-private partnerships for the development of infrastructure for EV charging. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Certainly.
Mr. Chairman, I've been looking at this for the last year and a half to possibly do something on a personal basis. If I wanted to provide capital to, let's just say, Walmart, to provide and construct one of these EV charging stations, would I be able to do that?
I'm not sure I understood your question, gentlemen.
If I wanted to go into a partnership with a grocery store and provide the capital, the financing to build one of these stations, would I be able to do that?
Yes, sir. I believe you could do that now, and without this legislation, I don't think this affects that.
Thank you very much.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 986. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 103 yeas and 10 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Prentice to handle the next 6 items.
Gentleman from Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 27, House Bill 691. I'd like to call it up and ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read, the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears this honors one of our fallen servicemen, so if you would stand in honor, please. You recognize, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we are recognizing one of our servicemen by this Memorial Highway dedication. Highway 45 in Wayne County, Mississippi shall be designated as the Army Sergeant Eric C. Newman Memorial Highway. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 691. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas and 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 28, House Bill 703. And this is actually the...
Excuse me, Jim, we got to call it up.
Oh, I'm
Gentleman
sorry.
calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered in gross read, the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Medal of Honor Trail, designating a portion of Interstate 22, U.S. Highway 78 within the state of Mississippi as the Medal of Honor Trail. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 703. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 29, House Bill 1016 is a Memorial Highway designation. I'll call that up, by the way.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read, the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. This is another Memorial Highway dedication for one of our deputies. This is Deputy Jeremy Allen Voles Memorial Highway in Chickasaw County.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1016. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 30, House Bill 1017. I'd like to call it up and ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a Memorial Highway dedication for Army Sergeant Terry Kashawn Dantes Gordon Memorial Highway intersection. And that's going to be located at the intersection US 45 and County Road 110 in Clark County, Mississippi.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1017. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 31, House Bill 1244. Call it up and ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the designated section of Highway 365 in Prentiss County. It's a Howard Tillman Bobo Memorial Highway. It's one of our military men as well.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1244. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 32, House Bill 1245. Call it up and ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another one of our military men as well. This is James Millard Jordan Memorial Highway. And this is a segment of 364 in Prentiss County to be designated in his honor. That's the explanation.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1245. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, make a request to jump down to item 36, House Bill 1246.
Yes, sir.
Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
Recognize the gentleman from Prentiss to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Prentiss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1246 is a Memorial Highway dedication in honor of Leland L. Holland Memorial Highway, and that again is on Highway 36 in Prentiss County. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1246. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Transportation yields the floor. Announcements, Mr. Clerk.
We will have page pictures immediately after adjournment.
Announcements, Madam Clerk. None. Announcements by the members. Lady from Lowndes, Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent to change my vote on number 22, House Bill number 566, from yes to no.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote. Jump from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 13, HB 1365, from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Jump from October Hall, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like immediate release on the resolutions handled earlier today.
Any objection? Hearing none, we'll do that. Jump from Walthall, Mr. Pygott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to change my desk mate's vote on House Bill 1371 from yay to nay.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold House Bill 1371 on a motion to reconsider.
All right, we'll do that. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to change my vote, my desk mate's, Mr. Baumgart's vote on item number 2, House Bill 894, from yes to no.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman Rankin, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's calendar, item number 7, House Bill 1149, I would like to change my desk mate's, Mr. Kincaid's vote from nay to yay.
Any objection? Change your vote. Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone got an invitation on their desk from the Alzheimer's Association. The open house is tonight at 4:30 to 6, and it's on Jackson Street. Please come if you can.
Thank you. Any further announcements? I don't see any. Recognize the gentleman from Octavia for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move this House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. in the morning.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
9 a.m. in the morning, adjourned
All right.
until 9 a.m.
Motion's adjourned at 9 a.m. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House adjourned till 9 a.m. tomorrow.